The Indiana Pacers are home for the holidays. They'll have a pair of home games around Thanksgiving as Paul George and the Pacers look to do something they have not done yet this year. That's win back-to-back games. And tonight, the night before Thanksgiving, brings in the New Orleans Hornets. It's the Pacers and the Hornets on Fox Sports Indiana.
Vasquez hits inside and missed it. Stevenson has the rebound.
Good outlet pass, quick outlet pass. Maybe that'll get a Paul George going. He just came in the game, but Stevenson was able to get it off and push it before the defense could even get back.
Nice cut and a dunk by Paul George.
Well, that's what I'm saying, throw it to David West. West is a willing passer. Some guys don't think about that.
They had West open momentarily.
Yeah, they got to see that. Because they had Roy Hibbert fronted. Paul George is coming with a little bit more energy here in the second half.
Nice extra pass, and Paul hits another.
Well, Roy Hibbert started it off with a late pass.
David West gets it. Extra pass. Here's Paul for three. It's good. Three of them in the quarter for Paul George. He has matched his second half output in the first 12 games. Now Paul George for another three.
I mean, so far, the guy that's done the best against the zone has been Lance Stevenson. Yeah, that was a good job by West, and then Mahinmi at the rim.
Stevenson looks for Paul. George down the lane. Pass into Mahinmi, who dunks it home.
Well, that's what happens after you've scored a couple baskets the way George has. Then you're able to find other people.
Stolen by Augustine.
Getting out and running. It's George. Throw it up to him. And when I say George, I mean Paul George, who's been pretty much the offense here in this second half for the Pacers.
He has 18 points and 14 in this third quarter. Paul George, jumper good.
And what you saw there, one of the challenges you have with Rivers. Paul George is bigger, but he literally just shed Rivers. Just got right into him, and there's not much Rivers can do.
Here's Paul George, his three, good! 23 for Paul, and that's the first three-point shot he's made in the fourth quarter this year. Out to Paul for another three. Good again!
He really is feeling it now. Now you got somewhere to go, and you can always look to put him on the same side as David West. One more time.
Here's Paul George again.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go, Paul George. Let it go. Got David West there on that side. You can play with him.
West gets in with a left hand.
Oh,
missed.
We got time.
Here's George Hill. Tipped up. Tip. Lance Stevenson to win it.
Ooh, it looked good.
And that's missed by Lopez.
Boy, that was an offensive foul, too.
And here's Paul George for an eighth.
Yes, sir. He just got it stuck on automatic out there.
And he has a career-high 32. Paul George, the steal.
It's been the defense. There's been some shots made, but it's been the defense, too.
And Anderson has his sixth, and he's...
Yeah, it's time for him to go.
That's David West. He was the go-to guy the other night and makes a bad pass, saved by Hibbert. Here's Paul George, a three again!
He barely caught the ball. There was 11 seconds on the shot clock, and he just let it go.
Paul
That's
George
the zone.
has hit 9 threes, and he has 37 points.
You find a way to get a win. That's all you can do. When it's not going quite your way, live to fight another day.
Absolute spectacular night of shooting. For you, where does your performance rank personally in all your games since you entered the league?
Man, this got to be one of the best games I played. It just seemed like I couldn't miss. And my teammates found me. They made it easy for me. And thank God, shots finally fell for me.
You made 9 threes. You broke the single game record set by one Reggie Miller, who had 8. How does that feel?
I mean, it's an honor. I don't even know what to say. Reggie was such a great shooter, and to break his record, I mean, it's more important, getting the win. We really held it together. I don't know.
Are you getting a little bashful?
Yeah, I am. I am a little shy right now, but I'm just happy we won.
We can talk about your teammate then. Roy Hibbert, his first ever triple-double. That was nice to see.
What's that?
He had his first ever triple-double, Roy Hibbert. That must have been nice to see.
Oh, man. I mean, we all knew the big fella, it was going to come around. You know, he was struggling a little bit early on, but now we're starting to get the old all-star Roy back from last year. And, I mean, that's not his last triple-double, I'm sure of it.
How will this win help on Friday against the Spurs?
Gives us confidence. You know, it's always good to get a win, but it definitely gives us confidence and, you know, keep us wanting to work even more harder because, you know, this one almost slipped away from us.
Go celebrate, have a great Thanksgiving, and congratulations, you're in the history books.
Thank you.
So here we go with Game 6, Bankers Life Fieldhouse in downtown Indianapolis. The Knicks have not won here this year, including the regular season. The Pacers have not lost here in the playoffs. Their games against Atlanta and games 3 and 4 here against New York. Knicks off the mat to rally from 3-1, trying to force a Game 7 at the Garden on Monday night. Felton's penetration in Game 5 made it a much different looking offense for the Knicks. Anthony missed his first shot.
And that was DJ Augustine in that start, who's not quite the defender that George Hill is.
Paul George, a 3. Felton on a turn, Anthony to the basket. And the foul as Anthony was driving. They will get Hibbert. That's always important. First one on the big man. J.R. Smith. He's off on the 2. Melo on the glass with the first offensive rebound and the first field goal of the night for Carmelo.
Good job by Carmelo attacking the glass to get an easy one for himself.
And Paul George walks right in on Smith, and the Indiana lead is 6. Those subs at the timeout. Carmelo Anthony's at back-to-back field goals. Now 2 of the Knicks 4, and New York off a good offensive start from Indiana, hanging right in there, a 3-point game. George out of the corner, and 1. Melo on the 3-point play, and George will have a chance for 4.
Melo didn't think so, Mike.
Melo. Carmelo has 8. Paul George has 8. Anthony gets a Kenyon Martin screen. Contested jumper. He's got 10. And we're tied again at 25.
Hibbert's got to step up on that screen. He's got Kenyon Martin. There's no need to worry about Kenyon Martin at the 3-point line.
Oh, Anthony getting in a rhythm now. 5 of 8. Dozen points for Carmelo. 5 on the shot clock for New York. And Anthony again watched by Young. Connects 6 in a row for Carmelo. And back to a 4-point game.
Now, if you're young there, you understand the clock is down. You have to crowd Carmelo as best you can. He did a pretty decent job. That was a tough shot. But force him into putting that ball on the floor in that late clock situation.
George to the basket. Felton, little flotation device in the lane. Anthony put it back in.
Couple tip-ins now for Melo.
Off the inbounds, it's Anthony twirling and scores. What a job by Carmelo. Missed his first 3 shots, and since then has gone 8 for 12. Anthony challenge is inside Hibbert and George, and the foul's called on Indiana.
So many mental errors here tonight. Transition defense, miscommunications. Those are things that just can't happen when you're in the situation that the Knicks are.
Melo had George Hill. That was his green light. 24 for Carmelo Anthony. 24 of the New York 51. Late clock George. Turn and toss for 2. Wow. To the Knicks MVP. Oh, Anthony again. 6 in the quarter, 26 in the game. Almost half the New York points. To the basket, Hibbert.
Maybe got it out just a little too far. Just a little bit out of the comfort zone. Caught it about 8 feet out and unable to finish.
Melo got them all. Carmelo Anthony single-handedly keeping the Knicks in it. 29 points.
Oh, man, it looked like he got hit, too.
He was looking for it. George still made it. Pacers 5 of 6 from the field here in the third.
Well, how about efficient? 14 points for George, 6 of 9 shooting. And I'd assume that we go right back to Carmelo Anthony here on the offensive end.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Wow. And for everybody who whines about the efficiency, 20 shots to get his 31 points in an elimination game. Anthony working on George. There's no double still coming. And the foul called on Paul George. Anthony, 13 in the quarter. On the screen. On the drive. Anthony scores, and the Knicks take a 2-point lead. What an astonishing comeback and a stunned crowd here in Indianapolis.
It's been a lot of Melo, but boy, have they all pitched in here in the third.
Fans rise to their feet. George rises to the rim and scores. at the end of the third quarter.
I love it. Enjoy the challenge. Step up. This is all you can ask for. Great back cut by Hill.
And a great find from the top, Paul George. Setting him up. George. Beautiful. Release on the tough shot by Paul George.
Late clock again here.
Yep. West twisting. Late pass to George. Just beats the clock.
What great vision there by West.
Wow.
Clock running down, didn't panic. Probably could have took a tough shot, but found George. Nice cut and finish.
Smith, 2 of 11. Makes the 3.
From who?
Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony.
Going the other way.
Yeah.
Offensive foul on Anthony. His 4th as they rock the field house as we hit a timeout with 4:32 remaining. Anthony, first field goal of the quarter. 5-point game, 2:12 to go. Anthony on the deck to the rack. There's no Hibbert. He can go to the goal. It's a 4-point game. Final seconds run down. Smith with a hoist that rattles out. The Knicks season is over. And for the first time in 9 years, the Indiana Pacers back in the Eastern Conference Finals.
It is on to Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final Series. A muggy 81-degree night in South Florida. Rained earlier in the day. Fans still making their way into American Airlines Arena for the 147th consecutive sellout. As we get ready for the third seed in the East, the Indiana Pacers taking on the defending NBA champion Miami Heat. The Heat with 66 wins, best record in the NBA, which means home court advantage throughout the playoffs.
The boss said before this series started that the key to the series was his matchup with Hibbert. He said, I'm the X factor in this series. I have to dominate and get on the glass as George gets the first basket of the series.
Nice move by Stevenson. And Lance Stevenson has come a long way from a year ago, in particular in that series against Miami where he played a total of 7 minutes. Here's James. LeBron James with the baseline jumper for his first field goal. Nice pass from West. Hibbert blocked and then stripped. It'll be Miami ball.
How about the defensive effort there by the league's MVP, LeBron James, rotating over, getting the block shot on Roy Hibbert.
There's James over George. Miami missed their first 3 shots, 4 of 5. Since then, Haslem with the steal. Here's James leading Wade. Well, Miami has taken a 1-point lead.
This is the danger for Indiana. 4 turnovers already. This is a club that has struggled taking care of the ball. There's number 5. They've averaged more than 16 turnovers per game in the playoffs. And here's another quick opportunity for Miami.
It counts in the foul. Hibbert had no shot.
But that's not Hibbert's fault. That's Paul George's mistake. When the turnover occurred, if you're 5 gold jerseys, you got to get back in transition.
James over George. What a start for LeBron James. 9 points. He's hit 4 of 5 from the field. James played on a switch by Hill. Goes right at him. Leads Anderson. And he scores. Pacers thought might have been a travel. There's Cole to the lane and flips it. Rebounded by Hansbrough.
Pacers dodged the bullet right there. Miscommunication to allow Ray Allen, the all-time leader in 3-pointers, to miss that wide open 3.
Hibbert on a beautiful setup from George. George played by Wade. Beautiful pass for the reverse by Hill. Indiana up by 7. Nice pass as Haslem able to put it home on the assist from James. Here's Chalmers for 3. That is his second from downtown. He has 8 points. Miami up by 1. Paul George taking to the rim. A quiet first half for George. That's only his second field goal, 2 of 5, 4 points.
Against the average NBA team, Miami gets into their groove pretty easily. But the Pacers, he said, beat the speed right out of you, the way they play. And I think Miami is adapting here in the third quarter.
Here's James from downtown. Hill, Wade, able to get to that rebound. David West, incidentally, remaining on the floor despite the 4 fouls. Wade stopped by Hibbert, but James is right there. Miami has come out with a burst following the 37-point first half. Shot clock to 5. Wade was trying to draw the foul. George able to drill it from downtown.
Just a huge shot for George. Miami's defense is just flying all over the place.
Nice move by George and rejected from behind. Hibbert is stopped. And then the follow. First Bosch with the block on Hibbert. Then James came over, but Hibbert able to hang in.
Yeah, it looked like LeBron James may have jammed one of his fingers on that block shot right there. Kind of grimacing as he's coming up the floor here.
Here's Wade. Kept alive by Haslem. Nice pass to James. James on the drive. Down low to Anderson, who just checked in. Getting back to Mario Chalmers, his return questionable because of a bruised left shoulder. Chalmers earlier hit 2 from downtown. Here's Allen. He struggled from 3. He thought he was hit by Hill. James met by George. Goes right at him, to the rim, on the follow, and the foul. LeBron James showing the second effort, and will go to the line.
Yeah, it's those 50-50 balls we talked about, but the Heat now starting to beat the Pacers at their own game. Offensive rebounds here.
Nice move by James. It's a game that has been close throughout. Indiana at one point led by as many as 7. The Heat leading by as many as 5. It's a 1-point advantage for Indiana. Here's James setting it up again for Anderson. Anderson's been the beneficiary of a host of excellent passes. He's 5 for 5. All have been at the rim. Indiana right back. The bank and the foul, so George will go to the line. Wade played by Hill, shot clock to 5. Wade behind the back. Wade rejected by Hibbert. James is 1 on the shot clock. Ups down the 3. There's the alley-oop. It was broken up, intended for James, who felt that he was crunched. George for 3. Tough angle shot by Paul George to bring Indiana within 1. James, whip pass inside for Wade. What a play. Coming out of the timeout, the combination of James and Wade providing Miami with a 3-point lead. And Hansbrough has come on defending Bosch, and the foul is given, and they had to get the ball into Ray Allen's hands and did. Yeah. Allen making his first appearance at the line, just under 90% this season, and one of the all-time great free throw shooters. As I say that, I get the look from Reggie as Ray misses on his first attempt. And Allen hits 1 of 2. George will look to throw in. West back to George. Down to 5 seconds. Ball's deflected away. West. George fires for the tie. Oh! He got it! George with a 3-pointer to tie the game with 7/10 of a second remaining, and Miami calls for time.
Oh, what a shot by Paul George. It looked like Miami Heat was switching everything, and he got caught in between Haslem and LeBron James and decided just to raise up and take the 3.
We're getting the treatment from Young. Here's Allen for the win, and we are headed to overtime. James up top, played by Stevenson. Here's LeBron off the fake. Nowhere to go, and he threw it away. Picked off by Hill. Here's George, chased by Wade, and a foul. Anderson jumping out of George as they double team. Hibbert takes inside and scores. 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in overtime. George with the step. Finds West. Oh, man. And here comes Wade. The game is tied at 96.
It's a 4-point swing right there. David West probably got his most clean look at the basket of just a little chippy 9-footer. Just kind of shorted it.
George tripped up. It counts in the foul. Paul George will head to the line looking for a three-point play, and that is number 5 on LeBron James.
I'll tell you what, Reggie, Paul George has gotten the best of LeBron James in the last few minutes of regulation and overtime.
Miami with 10 on the shot clock. Game tied at 99. James picked up by Hill, goes at him. Here's LeBron, and he puts it home on a layup.
I don't understand why Vogel took Hibbert out. LeBron's eyes lit up when Roy Hibbert went to the bench. There's nobody to protect the rim.
And the switch with George Hill on LeBron James, there's no way strength-wise that Hill was going to be able to stay with LeBron.
Paul George will throw it in. Hill fumbled it, lost possession. Cole is on it. Hill takes it back. We're down to 3. 2. George for 3. And he was fouled. He'll have 3 shots. He's 7 of 8 at the line. He missed one in the fourth quarter. He can give the Pacers the lead. They're now within 1. The game is tied. This is for the lead. Miami does have a timeout left. Pacers up by 1. What a cool performance at the free throw line. Clutch shots by George. Battier will inbound. West plays the inbound. Battier gets it in. Here's James on the drive for the win. Got it off on time. LeBron James taking to the rim, and Miami coming away with a 1-point overtime victory. They will check it out on replay, but it appeared that he got it off on time.
Well, it was an overplay defensively by Paul George. What he wanted to do was let LeBron James catch the basketball in front of him. He overplays on the left side, which gives LeBron James one dribble, and you mentioned it, Steve, a chance to get all the way to the basket.
And very clearly, this is going to count. Beautiful move from James. Great play drawn up by Eric Spoelstra.
And now the official word after the video replay is checked out. Miami taking game 1. They've won 16 of their last 18 playoff games going back to last season. What a tremendous opening game of this Eastern Conference Final. Roy Hibbert cannot believe what he has seen.
Well, LeBron twice in those final seconds, he drove to the basket, but none bigger than this last one. Did you think you had time? It was the fact that Roy Hibbert was on the bench that made you want to go to the hoop.
No, I knew I had time. You know, Coach drew up a good play, and I told myself I was going to attack. I had 2+ seconds to get to the rim, and I was able to, you know, convert the last one.
So you knew you had time, but they had to stop and review it. Were you that confident?
Absolutely. I knew I got the ball up on the backboard with enough time, and, you know, it was a great game for us. You know, 2 teams fall hard, and we was able to make one more play than they made.
Obviously, you made the game-winning shot in overtime, but where would this team have been without the contribution you got from Chris Andersen?
Bird was amazing. His motor, his aggressiveness, his spirit of basketball gives us a dimension that we haven't had. You know, and since he joined our team, he's done some unbelievable things. So we needed his activity around the rim offensively and defensively. He gave us a great boost off the bench.
You finally were able to break down Indiana's defense in the fourth quarter with penetration. What did you finally see and how you were able to do it?
I mean, they're a great defensive team. You know, they're right there neck and neck with Memphis. You have to just be aggressive, try to get the ball from one side to another, and know when you get into the lane, their bigs are going to help. So, you know, I either got to finish at the rim or find my bigs. I was able to find Bird a couple of times. I was able to find CB as well, and I was also able to make a couple shots as well, too. So it's just one game. We're excited about the win, but we have to get better going into game 2.
Well, congratulations. Great game, and what a finish.
Thanks, Craig.
On a steamy 82-degree night in South Florida, it is on to Game 2, and better than 19,000 still making their way into American Airlines Arena. This a franchise record 148th consecutive sellout. And they're here for Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Final. The defending NBA champion Miami Heat facing the Indiana Pacers, coming off a thrilling Game 1 with the Heat defeating the Pacers in overtime. Miami has won 16 of its last 18 playoff games, and how about overall 46 wins in the last 49 games. George with room, goes to the rim. Dwayne Wade tried to recover and could not. Miami opens up by swinging the ball. The shot clock is down to 2. Here is James with a floater. Well, he went at Roy Hibbert, which was certainly a topic of much conversation because of Hibbert not being on the floor in those final 2 seconds. And LeBron had mentioned during the course of the week that he has worked on that floater. He tried one the other night, did not hit, but this was a beauty. An 8-4 lead for the Pacers. That's a 3 for James to bring Miami within 1. LeBron using the pick from Bosh and shoots. The good start for LeBron James, hitting on his first 3 attempts. James running out, and Hill gets it across to George. Paul George, who came on strong in the second half the other night, is able to knock it down. How about that 3 that George hit with 7/10 of a second to go in regulation? That pass from LeBron. Once again, Miami sloppy here at the start as George is able to finish. Recall that Roy Hibbert not pleased with that shot that he took from Battier back in Game 1. Nice play as James is able to put it home. That ends a 10-0 Pacer run. Oh, James with the steal, and LeBron puts it down.
You can never relax around LeBron James defensively.
Cole with room, hits from downtown. Miami just 5 of 18 from beyond that 3-point line on a Wednesday night. Beautiful pass. Anderson, yes, and the foul. Jan Mahinmi able to knock down the open jumper.
Yeah, he's a stretch 5. He can make that shot.
Nice play again, and Hibbert lays it home. No problem against Joel Anthony. Final seconds of the half. Here's LeBron. Kicks it out. Miller for 3 and hits it. A 7-0 run by the Heat over the final minute. Indiana turns it over. And here's LeBron with the reverse. LeBron James with the finish to bring the Heat within 2. Stevenson fires as Chalmers try to draw the foul. Here's Wade blowing by a couple of paces, and James the trailer has tied it. Frank Vogel calls for time. Chalmers for 3. Miami had hit its previous 5 shots. Here's the lob, and George is able to finish. Beautifully done by Stevenson. Chalmers not able to finish. James does. The Indiana lead is down to 2 as we come up on 5 minutes to play. 3rd quarter. Hibbert stuffs. Wade and Chalmers in the backcourt. Anderson, Bosh, and James up front. Here's LeBron. Oh, he gets the roll. It is tied at 67. Here's George. They lost him out of switch. Shot clock at 5. George. Nice stroke once again by Paul George, who has 15 points.
I tell you, Paul George and LeBron James, right? This is going to be a pretty good series, mano between these two.
Here comes George, got the step and stuffs. One move, it counts on the foul. He beat LeBron James with that quick step. A sensational move by Paul George.
We are seeing a superstar in the making here with Paul George. Gets the step on LeBron James. The Birdman is just a little bit late rotating over and click, click. Birdman, this is your Kodak moment. I was stunned that he was able to get by LeBron James that easy.
Yes. Pacers do have a foul to give. Final seconds of the third. Here's James with a long three. It's good. LeBron comes right back, and then Kirby said something to George. Good-naturedly, I believe.
They did slap hands after.
Yeah.
That was kind of a cool moment, but once again, Miami able to close the quarter just as they did in the first two.
James now picked up by George and able to bank it home. James for three. LeBron James giving Miami their first lead since the early moments when they were up by 1, 9-8. Oh! Rejected. Mahimi getting a piece of it. Here's George with room. Paul George. 8 of 12, 19 points. Now George open for three. 84-81 Pacers. James gets inside. Nice lead thrown by Waves. George has to fire. Shot clock running down. Hibbert able to keep it alive and blocked. Blocked by James. Chalmers with a scoop.
So look at the block shot here. On the backside. It was all ball there by the MVP.
Here is James. It counts and the foul.
Steve Superman just put on his cape. Because you've got to understand, LeBron James is starting to be one of the best closers in our game.
Here's Hibbert, able to hit on that jump hook, tied at 91. West, David West with his first field goal since back in the opening quarter. And that will wrap it. This series even at 1. This crowd is stunned as Indiana defeats Miami 97-93. On this Saturday night in Indianapolis, it is on to Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Final Series. This is basketball country, and the Fieldhouse will be at a very high decibel level as we witnessed during games 3 and 4. It's the defending NBA champion Miami Heat taking on the Indiana Pacers. The Pacers looking to extend this series to a 7th and final game back in Miami. The Heat hoping to close it out tonight and advance to the NBA Finals for a 3rd straight season. Both clubs taking a while to get settled, but Chalmers ends that by knocking down a 3. And Mario Chalmers has come up strong the last 3 games.
He sure has. He's shown toughness, grit defensively. He's made some big shots, and he's really attacked the paint well off the dribble.
James gets the roll, and it's a 5-0 lead for Miami. And again, Haslam from the right side.
Maybe you're on to something, Steve. Put him on the right side of that baseline.
Paul George, high point man for Indiana. The other night with 27, able to knock it down. Wade off the fake and had it taken away by West. George going right at James, so 6 unanswered for Indiana after the 5 straight by Miami. James over George.
In that particular time, that's when LeBron James was calling for the post-up. We saw a lot of that in Game 3 when he was so successful playing with his back to the basket in that mid-post area.
Chalmers open for 3. Mario Chalmers from downtown. The steal by Stevenson. Stevenson hands to George and he's stuck. Meanwhile, Lance Stevenson has played exceptionally well in this first quarter.
And the most impressive thing has been his discipline in transition.
LeBron James able to knock down the 3-pointer. Joel Anthony just checked in, not able to handle it. George is right back. Miami gets back, and George in the face of Bosh, serving up a facial. James for three, right back at you.
Very reminiscent of Game 2 when he had the dunk on Birdman, and then LeBron James came back at the end of half and knocked down the three.
Well, LeBron and Paul George have had a very respectful conversation. Look at this exchange. Phenomenal dunk over the top of Bosh.
Tyler Hansbrough suffered that sprained right ankle in the fourth quarter of Game 5, although it wasn't Hansbrough who had the initial hit on Anderson. Another three for Miami. This time it's Norris Cole. They have hit 6 for 6 from downtown. George for three. Hansbrough got a hand on it, but Battier unleashes to Allen, who's able to pass to James. Beautifully done.
Frank Vogel is hoping can produce. Young, Hansbrough, and Augustine have not really provided much offense in this series, so George and Hibbert have to take on the brunt.
And as you say that, take that, Steve Kerr. Sam Young, the four-year man out of Pitt, knocks down a three. Catch and shoot by George. Beautiful touch.
And a beautiful play by Indiana. The execution has been there. They've really done a nice job in this series when they've gotten the ball moving, forcing all those rotations from Miami.
George able to beat Wade.
Tell you what, nice controlled poise there by Paul George in transition.
Hibbert's pass picked off. Wade saw it coming. Cole for James. That was telegraphed.
Excellent defense from Dwayne Wade on the weak side. Hibbert's been pretty good with that play, catching off the screen and roll and making the right pass, but that time made a mistake.
Here is George. Hibbert with the what a tip. Just got a piece of it and it popped home. Wade, Dwayne Wade. Here is Wade. That's a three for Dwayne Wade. Only his second field goal.
And I believe only his second three attempted in the playoffs.
Here's George for three. Paul George with his first three of the night. Pacers have opened up an 11-point lead.
It's getting to be like watching European soccer. I mean, guys get carried off on a stretcher and then they're hitting a three-pointer.
The steal by George. Goes at James. Rejected. That'll count. It's a goaltend.
And now it's been all Indiana Pacers in the third quarter of a series to start the run.
James got the angle and scores.
There's that floater he's been working on because of Roy Hibbert's presence.
Here's George. Paul George having another outstanding night. 9 for 15, 22 points, 8 rebounds, 9 here in the third. West pegs it in. Intercepted. Here's James. That's a bad play all around by the Pacers.
Just throw the ball in.
Throw the ball in and eat the 2.6 seconds.
West had it knocked aside. Here comes James. Miller again with the rainbow shot. Mike Miller, who hit a three in game 2, but played just a couple of minutes after pulling a muscle. Here's James on the drive. Oh, what a move by LeBron James. He now has 24. It's a 6-point Pacer lead.
What a move, but how about the defensive effort by Mahinmi to go straight up and take the contact and the strength of LeBron to finish that play.
Miller with the steal. What a job Mike Miller is doing. Here's James all the way. George tried to grab him. He could not. George open for three. Yes.
What a huge answer right there by Paul George.
James with the step. Challenges Hibbert. Offensive foul. And LeBron James running back down the court.
It's got to be a technical.
Yeah, he's hit with a technical.
Absolutely, there has to be a technical.
Look at Vogel's reaction. But Hibbert has the right to go straight up when he's in that restricted area circle. He keeps his hands high and he just leads with the elbow. And I thought a good call.
Shot clock to 5. Hibbert again a good catch. And the bucket.
Great hands, great footwork, great composure by Hibbert when he receives the basketball in the paint.
James coming up short, but he is fouled, and Stevenson, who I mentioned came up hobbling, will head back to the bench. Shot clock down to 4. West wide open. Yes. What a difference for David West in the second half. LeBron on the recovery. He was actually trying to pass it back the other way, but it ends up deflected back into his hands. A minute and a half to go. George for 3. His third three-pointer. Sensational game for Paul George. 28 points.
Boy, we're heading for a game 7, and a lot riding on that man's shoulders because he's getting zero help.
Look at the stats. Bosch 1 of 8. Wade 3 for 11. Chalmers 3 of 8. Allen 2 of 8. Paul George with a new playoff career high with 28 points. Nice pass from George. Stevenson puts it down. His first field goal, but he's had 12 rebounds and 4 assists. Standing ovation from this crowd. The Indiana Pacers with a 91-77 victory over the Miami Heat, and this series is all even.
Welcome back to New York, the 9-1 Indiana Pacers visiting the 3-7 Knicks here at MSG. Anthony, physical matchup, great spin and score on George.
See, interesting, a lot of coaches would take a timeout right now, down 8-0. I think a page out of Phil Jackson's book here by Frank Vogel. I trust my team. Let's see if they can find their way.
Alley-oop by Martin to Carmelo Anthony. Looked like maybe a push-off there to get rid of George, but the officials didn't see it. Anthony backing down George. Tough shot, but got it to go. And a three-point opportunity. George still looking for his first point. Falling away, count it, and a foul.
The maturity of Paul George is pretty amazing. When you think how quickly, how meteoric his rise has been in the NBA. Drafted as a defender.
Here's George from the corner. Puts it on the floor and hits. He scored 5 in a row, and Indiana is within 1. Shot clock at 5. They go back to Anthony. Got good position down low and scores.
Wow, he buried him right underneath the rim. Well, it's tough for Paul George to play these kind of low-post players because Carmelo is so big and so strong, and he's going to play through contact. That time he rolls off the contact. This time he sees him fronting him. No weak side help. They throw over the top. This time he spins baseline. It's Mahimi in there, and it's not Hibbert. He goes up over the top, gets a three-point play. So Carmelo has worked very hard, but you can see 9 points on 11 shots. As a coach, you'll live with that. That's less than 1 point per shot.
Anthony with the catch, with Hibbert now coming out on him. And Melo gets past him, drives and finishes with the left hand off the window.
Now what do you do when you get the big guy on you? You pull him out and you use your quickness. What a great play, left hand off the glass.
Shumpert, and the Knicks have now missed 8 straight threes, but Carmelo Anthony is there with the stick back. That's 6 rebounds for Anthony.
Working hard.
Carmelo Anthony, the leading scorer in the game with 13 points. Defended by Stevenson. Spinning baseline, and now 15 for Anthony.
That's a tough shot, Dave. I mean, you do everything you can do, and Carmelo Anthony just gets that big body on you, creates space, fades back, and hits that deadly baseline jump shot.
George drew the contact and scores.
That's a beautiful play. If you watched it, just a subtle move with the right arm to create some space, not enough to push off to get a foul.
And George with the clear. And down the floor is West for the easy 2.
Where's your floor balance? Your guard has always got to be back to protect.
George falling away, able to hit over Bargnani. Talk about the Knicks injuries. The Pacers still without Danny Granger. They hope to get him back soon as George gets down the floor. And Anthony with a beautiful defensive play knocks it out of bounds. Bargnani will take the jumper and bury it. Bargnani now with 12.
That's a slow rotation by George Hill. George Hill has got to know on that pop back that Bargnani's a shooter. He's got to get over and chase him off that shot.
As Udrih hits a 3.
You know, and those numbers are even more amazing because how many more teams are averaging over 100 points a game this year?
As the tap goes to Shumpert, he drives the floor. Oh, George with a great rejection, but it remains Nick Ball.
Looked like LeBron James on that play, chasing him down from behind. Wonderful play by Paul George, not giving up on the play.
And did not hit the backboard first. A clean block. Here's George for three. It's good for Paul George, shooting 37% from out there.
Well, what a play. I mean, Shumpert did everything right.
Anthony on George, looking for his first points of the third quarter. Instead gives it up. And Udrih now in double figures with 10 as the Knicks are back up 1. George with 5 third-quarter points. Grabbed by Shumpert. Almost got it to go. All George. Defended by Shumpert. Now out to Hill. And Hill drains a three. And a bad play there. Shumpert and Martin out on the same page. And George fouled by J.R. Smith. George will go back to the line. Bad pass by Prigioni. And then George with the jam. A horrible Knick turnover. And Prigioni and J.R. Smith arguing with one another. They get it to Anthony. Good position. And he's fouled. And they'll shoot two. That's the first foul on the Pacers here in the quarter. Here's Bargnani for three. Anthony gets his 12th rebound. Make it 13. And he gets the stick back.
He is so strong, Dave.
And the Knicks lose Paul George down the floor.
Wow.
And a beautiful spin shot. He thought he was fouled. And George now with 18 points.
Well, somebody's going to protect back on that because George just ran at Carmelo Anthony and just ran to the other end of the floor. Somebody's got to protect Carmelo on that shot after he missed it.
George, high arcer, falls over the 7-footer Bargnani. Martin with the lob and broken up by George.
Kenyon Martin telegraphed that pass the whole way. Here's another early offensive play and another three.
George driving past his man. Beautiful hang and score by Paul George, and it's a 4-point Pacer lead. George trying to go baseline on Shumpert. Hill up top. Another three for George Hill. Pacers by 1.
How about you go to the line to miss 2, and New York doesn't clean up the rebound. A second shot opportunity. George Hill buries the three.
And a steal by George. Bargnani will drive on Hibbert. Out of contact. Melo is there. Can't put it in, but it'll go to the line.
Keep your eye on David West. They love to go him in these situations for a little jump shot.
Call a foul here. Shumpert thought it should have been a jump ball. Closing in on a minute to go as Shumpert tries to fight through the Hibbert screen. George on the drive. Swatted away by Anthony. Anthony able to catch up to it and save it for Smith. An open three. Won't go. Knocked out of bounds by Shumpert, Indiana ball.
It looked like Paul George had a clear path to the basket, and he came from nowhere and punched that ball away. Watch this, what he does here. He's the best at that. We saw it earlier in the game when he chased Paul George down and did the same thing. This time he batted it in the air.
15 seconds to shoot. Here's Hill. George driving on Shumpert. Good defense. Open though is Hill. They leave him, and Hill in and out from three-point land. Loose ball. Hill tracks it down. Indiana still has a timeout. We'll see if they take it. Instead, Hill short from three. Anthony the rebound. Pacers trying to call the foul. Anthony makes them both. He's 8 of 8 at the line tonight. 24 points. Just 8 of 23 from the field. Gets the first free throw. Knicks by 2. Got them both. 3-point Knick lead. Here's West. Now George. George will take the three. Way off the mark, but a foul. They call a foul on Shumpert. Now he has missed 3 free throws tonight. 4 of 7. He's an 86% foul shooter on the year, and he gets the first one. George looking to tie it up at the foul line. And he hits it. 89 apiece. They inbound it to Melo. Working on George. 3 seconds left. Melo spins. Can't score. The tip won't go, and we go to overtime. They work it around to an open George. Lets it fly.
Guess who?
Paul George now with 29 points, inching closer to his third 30-point game of the season. Anthony at the elbow. Defended by George, backing him down. Anthony gets the bounce. His 9th basket. He's got 28 points, and it's a 1-point Pacer lead. Here's George off balance, and George with 31 points.
Well, he's got to come get that ball. Don't put it in George Hill's hands right now. Paul George has to be the guy to make the plays for Indiana.
That's a clear foul there. They'll go back to the line. Meanwhile, Indiana well rested, 3 days off. Knicks just 1 of 6 here from the floor in overtime. Nowhere to go for Anthony. Able to somehow find a space to shoot. And Carmelo Anthony now with 30 points. Knicks down 4. Here's George falling away. Hits another off-balance shot. That's 35 points for Paul George.
He got that swagger, too. He knows he's good. That's a big part of being great is you got to know it.
And the Pacers, an NBA best 10-1, beating the Knicks in overtime, 103-96.
The Blazers know that Hibbert is down there in the low box on defense, and you've got to bring him out.
Paul George, as Batum went behind the pick by George Hill and paid the price that time. Here's Paul George inside. Nick Batum going to be called for this foul. Batum put his hands in the air and just backpedaled. Paul George catch and shoot with no teammates back to help him, but dropped it down. West hands it back to George. He pulls up from the elbow and hits again. Paul George, we mentioned it, you know, in the pregame, and you look at what he's done so far, and only 23 years of age, already an all-star once. They go behind the pick on Paul George, and he drills the 3.
You have to play Paul George.
Paul George through the middle gives to Scola, who's in the game.
Scola was a great pickup for this ball club.
George takes a short jumper and hits again. As Nick Batum got picked off once again. Boy, they do set good screen. Paul George using that pick nicely, sets up West again, top of the key again, and this time West hits. Paul George looking to answer for Indiana, and he does. Oh, he tells the crowd to quiet down. Boy, Lillard has his pocket picked by West. Great steal. They lob it up left side, and the dunk by George.
They're not the type of team, Indiana, to blow you out, you know, because their offense is not that explosive.
Hill inside. They couldn't get the follow. Batum up ahead. George took it away. Batum wanted a whistle. Here's West. Works to the middle over Aldridge and flips it in.
Indiana makes you take that extra pass. That's why they don't give up 3 points. Oh, look at
Paul George leans into Batum and hits again. Those quick answers take an emotional toll on the team. Nice backdoor cut as Paul George got Batum that time. Lillard to the middle. Hibbert takes it away. Blocked it. George on his own will finish. It's now to Matthews against Johnson. Wesley drives down the left side, couldn't hit it. Freeland had it momentarily, it was taken away. Batum then pushed away by Paul George, and that's what the crowd saw, and they wanted that foul going the other way. Shot clock at 6. And a foul called as he starts the drive. They go back door to George, and he gets the dunk. Wesley to the rim, down he goes. Looking for a whistle, didn't get it that time. Here's Paul George, cross court to Stevenson. He sees a line to the hoop. And finishes. Lopez went straight up. There was a little contact, no whistle, but all of a sudden the Pacers back to within 4. George from the corner for 3, buries it.
You got to get out of here.
Big second chance bucket that time by the Pacers.
Now where's Paul George? Find Paul George.
There he is. Open off a pick. Takes the 3 and drills it. You can't let him have any room, and it's back to a 1-possession game. Matthews up on George. Ball knocked loose. West, shot clock at 5. Hibbert begging for it inside. Back to George, lets another 3 go and hits it again with Matthews right in his face.
You cannot play better defense than that. Now they'll run something for Paul George.
There it is, catch and shoot 3, and he hits the bottom of the net again. Wesley Matthews just shakes his head.
That is...
There it is.
You almost have to call timeout and take it out at half court.
15.6 left. Matthews gets laid out. That 3 is blocked maybe by Lillard again. George gets it back and hits. Back to a 1-possession game. Blazers were going to call time. And Wesley Matthews is sitting at midcourt looking at the ceiling. I don't think he can believe the shots that Paul George is putting down. Now, Wesley is doing everything he can defensively.
Indiana, not a team you were saying before the game that likes to run a lot.
No, they're basically a half-court team. Yeah, they'll take the quick break if it's there. The last time these two teams played, 18-6 fast break points for Indiana.
And Paul George had 26 in that first meeting between the two teams. West missing inside at the offensive end, the outlet pass, and he throws those long outlets. You saw the feature on Key NBA Countdown a moment ago. Paul George with a tough move inside over Turiaf, and he flexed a little bit afterwards. Buttinger from downtown, still trying to find the range.
What you like to see them do is penetrate a little bit. You know, really, you say, well, you know, oh, boy, wow, from Chicago.
Well, Paul George has been shooting the three ball well for most of the season, right around 38% on the year. George on the drive, tough shot, and he gets it the ball. Scola had it knocked away, and Brewer out on a track meet again. Rubio lost control, and Hill takes it.
Now, give George a lot of credit. They ran him down that time.
George with a tough fadeaway, no problem.
Paul George was 5 for 9. The other 4 guys, 1 for 9, and very few good looks at the basket.
Nice pass inside, and Watson converts the layup off the feed from Paul George. Brewer with the wild sweeping hook and the miss, and now a chance to cut the lead under double digits. Stevenson to George for 3, got it, and the lead is down to 7 in a blink.
Nice. Rubio got a piece of that.
West with the miss, and Rubio runs it down. A 3-on-2. Brewer blocked
Great
by
block.
George, and Love is there. Inside to Roy Hibbert. 1-on-1 against Turiaf. Now the double team comes from Brewer, and a great pass by Hibbert.
Oh,
and another great fly pattern. Brewer couldn't track it down. Careens into the first row.
First pass tonight that was not on the money on the break.
And Hill makes them pay at the other end with a 3-ball. Inside Hibbert. And a quiet night for him. Makes the pass to George underneath. Over the top of Kevin Love and in.
Yeah, I like the move. A strong move.
George on the drive to Hibbert. Tough pass in traffic. Back to George. Hey, look what I found, he says. Knocks it down.
The big thing is the mid-range game where you want him to get a floater.
Copeland on the drive and kick George from the baseline. Got it. Boy, were it not for Paul George here in the third quarter, the Pacers would be out of this game. 15 on the clock. And a layup all the way to the bucket. What a quarter for Paul George. 18 points now in the period.
And then the fact that he's your second rebounder at 7 and your leading assist guy at over 5 a game.
Rick Edelman's team will improve to 26 and 28 with the win here, 104-91.
Grayson Rowe drives West in front to Andre. 3 on the clock, gets it up, it's off glass. Pulled away by David West to Paul George. Indiana, the top defensive team in the league. Now the stop there, and now George with the drive and reverse. Scores it and draws the foul.
Your help is going to be very tough coming when you get beat to the baseline, that sideline baseline area. You want to try to maybe force him into the middle, even though that's where his strong hand is.
Stevenson to George in rhythm from distance, and he drains it. West with the screen, he over the lane. Baseline dish to George, got it. Pacers out of a 20-second timeout to George. They trail 56-31, 3 to play in the half. Stevenson's open, he hits it. Paul George with the basketball. 3 seconds, 2 for George, and he hits it. With 7/10 of a second to play in the half. It's a big-time basket for Indiana. And the Pistons, who once led by 25, will settle for a 19-point halftime lead. Paul George dribbles into his own shot and sticks it, and Singler fouls him. 16-4 run. After that 3 by Stevenson, and the Pacers get a jam from George. Here comes Brandon Jennings to forecourt, just over 4 to play in the third. Now to bat it away from behind. And Lance Stevenson scores on the other end. Brandon with the basketball, 4 in the 24. Stops, fires topside for 3. Off the heel, leaping rebound, Paul George.
You know, that thing seemed like the Pistons' lone determination that time was to get a 3, as opposed to trying to get inside that painted area, and it hurt him.
George with a crossover. A deadly deuce there, making 77-70. Paul George feels it, fires, fills it up. Hill to David West against Josh Smith. Paul George with a leaner, and he got it. Paul George, topside Stevenson, and he tripled. He didn't hesitate. George against Singler. Hibbert with a shot. He hit it.
See what I mean? They're all dangerous in that situation.
Brandon Jennings inside for Josh Smith. Double clutcher, got it. He has tied the game again. George with 5 seconds left. 4, now 3. Jumper. Off iron. Overtime at the Palace. Mid post to West. Top side to George. Back to West with it, and he cans the jumper. Josh Smith with the clock inside 10, puts it down against West. Drives it, scoops it, no. West with a rebound. George on the run. Fouled by Rodney. 18.1 to play in overtime. He hasn't missed a free throw yet. And he is 10 for 10. The Pistons won't foul. Pistons 1 for 9 from the floor in overtime. And they suffer a tough defeat here with the Indiana Pacers.
It's about one word. You see it up there. Finish. Okay? Finish. Okay, offensively, we're going to share it. We got to finish plays at the rim. We got to finish strong. Okay, we got to finish inside-out passes by having big balls bound the three ball. Okay, we got to finish defensive possessions with a contest on everything. Contest every shot. And then when the shot goes up on the board, we got to finish possessions by securing the rebound. Okay, we got to finish the Atlanta Hawks off and move on to the next round.
And from that speech to this environment, the Fieldhouse is rocking. The top-seeded Pacers pushed to the brink, surviving Game 6 in Atlanta, and now back home for a series-ending matchup against the 8th-seeded Atlanta Hawks. Atlanta's on a record-setting pace for three-pointers attempted. Lance Stevenson, speaking of the three ball. A team that lost 14 out of 15 games in the month of February, but got hot late and found themselves in the playoffs. Good look, whoa, and a little style for PG.
Yeah, beautiful play, but also a great job by David West at the high post with that feed. Again, that's where he did so much work in that fourth quarter when the Pacers were able to prevail and force his 7th game.
A turnover for the Hawks. Here comes Paul George, and he's fouled hard by Teague.
That was a really good foul by Jeff Teague.
Paul George guarded by Korver. George steps back and does that about as good as anyone, Paul George.
He really has just continued to mature, and I love him because he's a two-way guy. You know, you always want your best player to have that ability to impact the game on both ends.
And George squeezing in. Boy, how'd he get through? Paul George, shifty. It's Paul George knocks one down, and the Pacers go on 8. 4 turnover for Atlanta. The Pacers have 10, but they have the lead by 6. George trying to add to it. Paul George. Here's Teague on the attack. From the line, he misfires. Hibbert pulls down the board. Here's George. He's feeling it right now. And Paul George with 16. 10 in this quarter.
We talked about it at the top. It's always nice when your best player sets the tone.
4 on the shot clock. Ante trying to take it away. David West. A staunch defense by the Pacers as George is fouled.
That's another example, though. The ball never left that side of the court, and the spacing was horrible for the Hawks.
And there's a foul, and it goes. Teague fouled Hill going by. Got him in the head. Scott hit 5 3-pointers in the second quarter in Game 5 as George answers. Paul George for 3. Yes! Atlanta missed 11 consecutive 3-pointers and then finished 4 of 6 from behind the arc as George has an answer on the other end. Shot clock at 7. George on the attack. Here's George. And George stops and pops. And it's back to double digits. Splits the double team, and George silky smooth in the lane.
And how about the ability to avoid the charge after he splits that pick and roll? Great vision by Paul George there. George able to draw the contact with that strong move to the basket.
What a night he's having. Mike Scott had that one blocked by Wes Stevenson with the exclamation point. First time this series, a team wins back-to-back games. A new playoff high for Paul George, 30 points.
here tonight. Hibbert was big as well with 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 blocks as the Indiana Pacers advance to round 2 and a matchup with the Washington Wizards.
Wrapping up your NBA weekend from Washington, D.C., a capacity crowd at the Verizon Center. Tonight, Game 4 between the #1 seed in the East, the Indiana Pacers, and the 5th-seeded Washington Wizards. Indiana back-to-back wins. They lead the best of 7, 2-1. George, pump fake on a 3, pulls up for 2. Book it. Indiana starting to get back to who they are. Rugged, stingy defense. George, the redirect to the hoop. Paul George. Indiana, though, is 6 of 7 from the field. Washington, very little resistance on this end of the floor. George, mismatch. A floater, Paul George. Poked away by Ariza. George goes to the backcourt. We are past the halfway point of this first quarter. George takes the opening, drives in, Nene there, and George sticks with the play for the deuce. Washington cuts it to 1. George, a bounce for West. One-on-one with Nene, no help. George, a bomb for 3. Paul George from deep. Ariza makes his move, turns the corner, and misses on the inside.
Good job by Hibbert running down the floor, getting back in the sight there of Ariza.
George, a lot of contact. It's a blocking foul. The crowd was really taken out of Game 3 because of Washington's lackluster performance. They have been fully engaged from the very start here tonight in Game 4. Hill on a kick. George fires the 3 and hits.
Give Hibbert the assist for that play. That's why you want your big men in there doing what big guys are supposed to do.
5 on the timer. Paul George, a 3. Wall, the crossover, stumbles and turns it over. George pushing it up the floor. Hill doesn't take the 3. Wall recovers. George goes to the outside. A 3-ball. He's got it.
It was such a great job of Washington hustling back in transition. It's just that you have to complete the play with communication.
9 to shoot, 20 seconds to play in the third. Washington up by 4. George fires over Ariza. Bullseye for 3.
He's feeling it.
24 points. He's got 4 threes in the third quarter. Indiana has cut it to 1. Shot clock is down to 3. Down to 2. George beats the shot clock and scores! Plus the foul. Paul George is locked in. 27 points for George. We're tied at 74. Here's Beal on a cross and a pull-up. Doesn't go. Bradley Beal is now 7 of 13 from the field. Kick out for George. Offers up the 3 and hits. Paul George. Big numbers, 30 points for George. George, step back 3. Oh, it's good and a foul! Paul George with a chance at a 4-point play.
Paul George at the baseline. The screen has come up. Coach said, yeah, I called that play. I did a good job on that.
Shot clock is down to 10. Washington holding on to a 1-point lead. George, the drive to the rim. Foul called. We're tied at 91. And that's 39 now for Paul George. 1-point lead for Indiana. Washington down by 3. Ariza looking for the open man. Can't get it to Beal. George tracks it down. 2 seconds. 1.7. And it's out of bounds. Indiana's got it. And Washington will not even get a shot off. Scola gets it in for George. And that's it. The Pacers rally from 19 down and take a commanding 3-1 lead in the series.
Paul, congratulations. A few hugs for you and Hibbert here. A huge defensive play by you down the stretch, but just your offense, 39 points, 12 rebounds. Did you feel as though you need to carry your team with the way they started this game?
I mean, they got off to a great start. You know, we didn't take care of the ball. We turned it over. And we know as good as everybody. I mean, you get this team fast break baskets. They're going to do some special stuff, and this crowd is going to go crazy. So we just did a great job of, you know, staying poised, staying collected. We didn't think this game was over with by a long shot. We came out in the second half and executed.
Helping you out, Roy Hibbert, and he talked about it after Game 2, the fishing trip, and how you helped him. How is it to see this confidence out of him right now?
It's great. You know, it's great. He's found himself. It's the reason why, you know, we've been winning games because, you know, he's been playing at a high level. So, you know, as fishing does for me, I know it make everybody happy. So I'm glad he came out on the boat with me.
3-1 now, headed back to Indiana. How confident are you that you guys can close this series out on Tuesday?
Well, I mean, we gotta, you know, we can't expect it to be easy. We got to go home, stay poised still, and I know it's going to be a crazy environment, but we got to play. You know, we got to bring our A game because this team is coming.
I suggest a fishing trip.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Welcome to Indianapolis, where the Eastern Conference Finals resumes tonight between the Miami Heat and the Indiana Pacers. Game 5 powered by Pennzoil Platinum. The Pacer fans hoping this will not be the final time this season they watch their team play. They're facing elimination for the 3rd time in these playoffs, trailing 3-1. Chalmers aims and fires. That 3 won't go. George the rebound.
I believe if you're Rashard Lewis and David West is defending you, you got to be aggressive. Look to shoot the basketball. He's a guy that was a great three-point shooter.
George puts that one in, and the Pacers up 4-2. Quick into George. George has to fire away and knocks it down. George, his 2nd field goal. Hibbert again, this time a shot short. George right there. And Paul George has come out of the block strong. West jump shot is good.
Mike, I think if you had a race, 100-yard dash, Paul George and Lance Stevenson would beat everybody else on the court right now.
George gets inside. Difficult move there. Another steal, this time from George, and the Pacers regain the lead.
A big-time scorer at the small forward or power forward position can rebound the basketball. Indiana's going to have to pay attention to.
George for 3, and the Pacers go up by 3. West comes off the screen. 59-54, Pacers by 5. West looking. George catches a 3. Bang! At the buzzer. Paul George from downtown after Chalmers took a shot in the face. Chalmers stayed with the play, and George did, and nails the 3-pointer. George on the steal on a bad pass from Bosch. George goes at Allen and throws it down. Largest lead of the night for Indiana. 5 to shoot. George, tough turnaround. That's good. Paul George with 20 points. West across the lane. Extra pass, George is open. Hits a 3, Paul George coming alive in the 2nd half. James stolen by George. Timeout Miami. George's shot is good. George on the drive, gets inside and got hit. Chalmers raises his hand. 4 to shoot George. Wade trying to stay with him. George pulls up, puts it in. Paul George again.
And I like LeBron James switching on Paul George.
Paul George from downtown does it again. He's got 34. Hibbert holding.
Frank Vogel's trying to get a timeout.
A 3. Bang! Paul George from downtown. What a 4th quarter performance from George. And the Pacers go back up by 4.
Paul George has been an absolute superstar in the 4th quarter. 21 points, 8 of 10 shooting. Getting him in all different ways. An off the dribble 2, an off the dribble 3, and then up 1, nails the 3 to give them a 4-point cushion. As Frank Vogel was trying to call a timeout, thankfully didn't get it recognized by the official.
They throw it ahead to Hill. Hill alone, blocked by James, picked up by Bosch. 18 seconds to go. Lewis for 3. It's good. Lewis from downtown. It's back to 1. James drives, kicks it out. Bosch, a 3-pointer. Won't go. Rebound tip taken by Hibbert. Now West has it. He's fouled with 1 second remaining. Misses. Rebound Bosch. There's the buzzer. The Pacers are still alive. A thriller in Indianapolis as the Pacers avoid elimination and force a Game 6 back in Miami.
Ball down the stretch. Your season was hanging in the balance right before you made those 3 jumpers. What had you decided?
Doris, I just felt it. I felt the rhythm. I had to be aggressive. You know, I had to look to score, look to shoot the ball. I tried to come out and be aggressive to start this game off. I was missing some looks. I got hot and I kept my foot on the pedal.
There were a lot of questions about your confidence, about turmoil in the locker room. How did you overcome all of that to come out with a win?
I mean, we just played. My back is against the wall right now. You know, that's the only thing we can do is come out and play. You know, we're in a position where if we lost this game, we're going home. So I think that was in the back of everybody's mind. We came out with, you know, just great energy.
You face a Miami team that played for long stretches without LeBron James. You'll have to go back to Miami. It's doubtful he gets in that kind of foul trouble. What will it take down there?
It's going to be a totally different ball game, but, you know, we got to rise to the challenge. It's going to be a fun matchup.
You can smile after that one.
Yeah.
Pistons up 5-zip out of the gate. A little over a minute and a half gone. And gunning it down from the corner is Paul George. Ilyasova against Miles. Sends it inside for Morris. Battered away by Hill to Paul George. Paul George, left wing gunning, got it. He looks like he's in midseason form, doesn't he?
Mid-season form, just
that,
so
folks,
smooth.
is a scoring machine. Indiana with a shot clock down to 4, and Paul George just tripled from the top.
Man, he's right
What
now.
me worry?
Wow.
Indiana to Paul George, left corner, long gun goes. Paul George can't miss.
No.
George up the left side, stop and go on Tolliver to the rim, hits the floor, bumped and fouled. Left wing to George Hill against Jody Meeks, screen from Turner. Hill fires, it's in and out. Long rebound comes back to Hill, bounces behind him to Paul George, buries another three. What a show by Paul George in the first quarter. Rebound comes long to George Hill, left wing to Paul George. Another triple. Another. What are we looking at here? Paul George works against the Piston rookie Stanley Johnson. Drives him to the lane, flips up a floater, fills it up. Around and down. Dishes sideline right to Paul George. Turns and fires and fills it. Joe Young has it, brings it up the left side, right-hand dribble. Works the top against Stanley Johnson. Into the paint to Paul George, to the rim, scoops it, doesn't score it, but he does draw the foul. Joe Young against Kentavious, backs up to the timeline. Looping feed left corner, Paul George turns and fires and fills it. Shot clock was running out.
Did you see how quick that move was, though? He was so precise.
Well, that was nearly stolen by Jimmy. Paul George, he hangs and fires and scores. Paul George using the screen at the top. Here's Paul George, just walked into a three. Ball batted back out. George, buggy whips one down.
That leg looks okay to me. Woo!
Wow, man. Monte Ellis drive, flips it up and scores. Nice move on the dead run.
Turnover.
Whip back. Paul George, long three, and he buried it. That was nice
small
passing
ball.
there. Yeah.
The teams are trying to adapt that small ball.
Another turnover. Lead pass to Paul George. Wheels in, lost the handle on it, got it back, lost it again, tracked it down.
You gotta get out there on it.
And then fires the shot and
Oh
scores.
my goodness! You gotta hustle out there to him.
George trying to bounce off Butler and scores.
Tell you what, he's back.
He's a shot. That was
he's back.
Yeah, creative right there. Paul George walks it out toward the timeline, begins his dribble against Taj into the lane. Little fadeaway jumper is good.
And now he's able to get some contact, even though it's with the pads. It's good to see that he's out on the court.
Good defense. Oh, that's a terrific defense in that matchup as Paul George was on the run.
Again, good to see him back and recover from that. You hate to see a guy go down with injury, especially during the offseason as he was playing with Team USA, wide open.
In the air and buried it. That's a three by Paul George. Paul George trying to get right on in and drew the foul. Good job by Brooks that time, and then Paul George on the second chance opportunity.
Now you got to come up now, 5 seconds on the shot clock.
Drive it. Fall away jumper in and out, no good. You got to drive the ball.
Well, you know they're going to try to foul you. Put some pressure on him. Oh, left and wide open.
George for three, rounds that down. A three-point field goal, 101-94.
Second night of a back-to-back for the Indiana Pacers back in Indianapolis opening week. We all know how good a win is. It was big last night. in Detroit. Now the Pacers try to make it 2 in a row. The first of 4 regular season meetings this year with the Boston Celtics. It's the Pacers and the Celtics on Fox Sports Indiana.
I think PG, he's a terrific team player. I think he's trying too hard. Remember when he scored well was when he was playing and the game was coming to him?
And now his jump shot, this time good.
Glad to see that go down for him because he's been getting some rebounds. Because Paul has to work extremely hard. This is what he did last night. He's disrupted that way. He came up with a steal. You got to set the screen. He's going to have to use the screen to get by the defender here. That's just the guy able to make a play because there was no way otherwise he's going to get a shot off.
Here's Paul, his jumper perfect. He has 8. Our Pacers Live postgame presented by AndyMoore.com, and they'll have to get that monitor working. It got shell-shocked by that basketball.
Yeah, that's where all of the points and things are.
Jumper by Turner, an assist from Paul George, his first.
Great read. Great read. It's the same play that the Pacers had been running yesterday, had success with a 1-5 high screen and roll, and they set a backside pick so you could get Paul George open in the corner. He nailed it.
Hill for 3, too strong. Lavoy Allen has it.
Boy, just a terrific offensive rebounder. I mean, he gets you a possession there and gets you that 3-point bucket. He being Lavoy Allen, you got a full 24 seconds, so you don't have to be in a hurry. So he makes a quick jump shot. What the heck?
But I like that his confidence has come back from 3-point
When he made that first one, that's what I said. He's rarely short on confidence.
Here's another 3 by Paul.
Oh, now he's feeling that because he and Monte were working this at the top in terms of the pick and roll.
Here's Stuckey to give Indiana the lead.
Again, that was 2 feet in the paint, but it was Paul George because the defense has got to collapse.
Here's Jordan Hill, jumper again.
That's the shot I'm talking about. He can make the shot. And most people don't respect him for making that shot.
Here's Paul in the lane. First 4th quarter points for Paul George, 93-90. Pacers by 3.
Good read there. Paul does a really good job reading that.
The Celtics inbound, trailing 100-98.
Nice job by George Hill to 9 Thomas.
Out to Bradley. Bradley.
Great challenge on the shot by the Pacers. Terrific job. Paul George and George Hill did a terrific job challenging Avery Bradley on that shot.
26 points and 10 rebounds, but first things first, the defense on the final possession, the challenge of Bradley.
Man, he's been making tough shots all game. And, I thought I would have let him, almost gave him a good look, but I was able to get a tip on it, and we was able to come up with the loose ball.
I've been looking for some PG emotion, and you had a fist pump there when the horn went off, and then Nate had a message for you just a minute ago.
Just a sigh of relief. We're finally going in the right direction. We're getting wins. We're learning them on the rope. And, these are quality wins. We'll take them.
3 Pacers with double-digit rebounds. I wanted to ask you about Jordan Hill, a double-double, the job he has done the last 2 nights, really. When the start of the Pistons game, he maybe wasn't even in the rotation.
He's been huge for us. I think he's probably one of our biggest pickups, to be honest. Didn't know who he was going to get out of him, but he's been more than what I expected. He's been great for us, and it's just good to have guys that can plug in there when guys go down.
Frank said it was a frustrating opening week in Pacer country. The last 2 games, what can they do to the team psyche and maybe for you individually to have a night like tonight?
Well, we knew we didn't deserve to be 0-3. This team is well put together to score the ball, and everyone individually is accountable for the defensive end. So there's no way we should be 0-3. Everyone came out expecting to turn this thing around. The game last night against Detroit definitely sparked it, and we just got to build off this one tonight.
An all-around performance for PG, and more importantly, 2 straight wins for the Blue and Gold.
Yes, sir. Turning around.
Tonight, it's an old-school Hoosiers night. The Hickory bus is out, and the Pacers and the Heat ready to renew their acquaintances in Indianapolis. The original 1939 Chevy from the movie Hoosiers is here. They have the uniform and the trophies encased, and they are ready to rock those Hickory uniforms. The first of 10 games, the Pacers will wear them to help honor the 30-year anniversary of the movie Hoosiers. Ellis, good look inside, and George caught a sleeping Whiteside for 2. George on a 3.
How about 4 of 20 from 3 before the other night? He went 5 of 11. Knocks down his first one here tonight.
George, not that time. And Whiteside couldn't grab it, but comes through with the block. George left alone. Will cash in.
Why not? He gave it a couple looks, gave it a couple seconds. No one closed out. Got to knock that shot down, and he did.
George knocks down another 9 first-quarter points for Paul George.
Wow.
Whiteside fighting on the offensive glass, but George will win it. Well, talking with Paul George before the game as we did, John, sounds like he's getting more and more comfortable physically, trusting himself on what he can do, like that. Whiteside denied by Paul George. He's down court. Mahinmi couldn't gather in time to take advantage of the fast break. Hill will push. Can't finish, but draws the foul. Pacers have cut it to 8, trailed by as many as 13. Inside, Allen will toss it out. George will knock it down.
Nice play, Lavoy Allen.
Allen on the rebound. Here's Ellis. Finds George. Quick whip to the corner for Hill. You bet. It's a 2-point game. Wade in the corner, no. Allen, nice one-handed rebound.
That's part of the philosophy change here in Indiana. They want to stretch the floor. They want to push the pace. As George knocks down that one, that's a nice push. I haven't seen the pace being pushed enough.
Allen on the pick and pop from George. And those two have worked some nice two-man game tonight. George off the window. No one to deny that. As the shot clock hits zeros, Wade will heave a 3.
Not a great possession there. Poor spacing, and Wade contested 3. He has made 5 threes this year, which is a big number for him as Paul George continues.
He's up to 21, John.
As he started the game, 11 in that first quarter. He's got 6 here in the early going in the third.
Here's George ducking through and laying it home. He has 23.
Well, I thought he was going to throw that down. But what a nice move, and Paul George is steaming here in the third quarter.
George with Winslow staying on him.
George Hill getting in his way.
Yeah, twice.
He still knocks it down. George Hill, get out of my way, my man. I got this.
Paul George with 25 points.
Whoa.
George, not that time. Hill snatches the offensive rebound, denied by Bosch. Batted out. Paul George collects. Has the size on Chalmers, trying to take it to him. George over him, got it to go, and the foul. Oh, what a shot from Paul George.
Mario Chalmers felt like he held his ground there, but George on the fadeaway.
George wants it in the post on Wade. 3 to shoot. Wade hanging. George over him. Got hit. Wade hung pretty nicely that possession too, but he gets hit with a foul, and Paul George will go to the line. Backdoor swiped away by George. Down court to Robinson in transition. He'll finish. Whiteside doubled, now singled, missed it badly.
Yeah, that's where you just got to gain control. You're off balance. You don't have to shoot it.
And now Whiteside and George are getting into it. George put a two-hand shove to the back of Whiteside. Spoelstra's all the way out.
You know, Whiteside's not even looking, and then they collide on accident, and he gives him a little shove with the elbow, and Paul George didn't like it.
Here's Paul George, he has 29. Winslow all up in him. George trying to shake him. Difficult look, and he got it!
Come on now. That's 2 guys right in his grill.
George alone. Truth!
Wow, how do you have nobody not even near him?
He is cooking.
Well, I love the play. Winslow got wiped out on a screen and nobody came to his defense.
7 to shoot. George around the hedge. Got bumped, flipped it up, and a foul is called. And that's going to be on the shot. Winslow will trigger in. 3.5 seconds to go in the fourth. Wade off balance, not a chance. Pacers win 90-87 the final.
Good news, LeBron James, despite the sore quad from the knee he took the other night, will give it a go here this afternoon. Of course, the Cavs need every minute from their star because he's going against Paul George. He hasn't faced LeBron since the Eastern Conference Finals a couple of years ago off that horrific fracture, but great to see Paul George back at near 100%. That's just good for the NBA.
LeBron switched off. Paul George off the screen, hits it. Yeah, he comes off the screen. You can tell, Fred. He uses his body when he comes off that screen. He's recovered so well from that injury. It's amazing.
Paul George got that rebound miss. That can't happen.
No. Fall asleep that time. You can't fall asleep on this team.
Bo pulls up. Rebound to Hill. Here comes Paul George, finding the rim-running Mahinmi. Shot was missed by Mo Williams. Miles Turner checks in, their 19-year-old rookie. Paul George feels it for 3. So he's got 9, picking up where he left off against the Miami Heat. Back comes Paul George. Cunningham tries to stay attached, giving up size. George, a nudge, and a hoop. So George using his size and length, he's 6'9". George double clutching and scoring. 36-34. George spinning and scoring. Has always had tremendous body control.
He's lethal, Fred. He has really come back well from that injury.
Inside, George had to give it up to Mahinmi. A nice finish. Yeah, Mahinmi was 6. He averages 7 points a game. So he's 8 of 14 from the floor. Pocket pass to Hill, and he hits it. So Jordan Hill pressed into starting duty against certain teams that were a little bit bigger. Ellis has been a headache in the third quarter, continues. Backside Paul George, firing, hitting.
I tell you, he is really got that jumper down, Fred. He shoots it with his fingertips every time, squares his shoulders to his target.
Paul George inside all the way to the hole. So George with 25. Paul George, near steal by Mo Williams. George Hill sends it, hits it.
Boy, they are playing good one-on-one, 2-on-2 basketball in space.
Indiana cannot go 2 for 1. Long launch, it's good. So Paul George, some oohs and ahs and groans go up as he cuts it to 2. Mo can roam that baseline, easily finding LeBron. Now the ball in Mo's hands. Got to hurry, though. Got to get it in the forecourt, and they do. LeBron James to Kevin Love. Good night, Indiana. 8.2 to go. The Cavs know they need a 4-point play. Up top to George Hill. They'll give it to him. A one-and-go winner. The circuitous way. The Cavs will take it with a lot of love on a Sunday afternoon. And the Cavaliers have won 6 in a row, winning 101-97.
Fred, they don't ask you what they look like. They just ask you, did you win? Cavaliers get the job done here today on Sunday.
Oh, the 76ers and their fans have latched on to rookie Jahlil Okafor, and why not? He is playing some great basketball. If you're looking for a centerpiece for a team, he could very well be the model. Tonight, his team seeking its first victory of the season as Comcast Sportsnet presents NBA basketball from Wells Fargo Center. The 76ers taking on the Indiana Pacers. That is George, and he laces 2. Paul George 8th in the NBA in scoring after missing his first 3 shots, averaging 24.5 points per game. Fans are looking for a travel, but more importantly, Brett Brown not at all happy as once again his team very careless with the basketball. Monte Ellis signing with the Pacers during the summer. Paul George hitting the 3. He's very good at that at 41.5%. And the Pacers open up their largest lead at 7. Thompson eyes up a 3. Paul George, by the way, their leading rebounder on the season, averaging just under 9. As lacing another 3, C.J. Miles. So Miles has been strong. 10 of their 21 here in the first.
Guy who went to the same high school as one Larry Johnson, Skyline High School in Dallas.
Paul George is back. Ellis alone for 3, and he makes the Sixers pay. Monte Ellis, just a 22% three-point shooter coming in. George stepping in and stroking 2. His 3rd bucket in 9 tries, give him 8. George, their leading scorer on the season. That's quite a move, stroking his 2nd 3 of the game to give him a left.
George is in the mood to take this game over. Seems like he is.
I think you're right. C.J. Miles, Monte Ellis in the backcourt. That is Paul George. One bounce into a 3. Backdoor for Ellis.
And Mark, the idea is now coming out of a timeout. Where's the concentration going to be? Will they execute? Unable to do so again after talking it over on the sideline.
Stauskas taking a tumble as George breaking his ankles, but unable to hit the jump shot. Are you advocating seeing your turkey fly first before you eat it?
Always a good indicator of freshness. Boy, is he good.
Yeah, he's no turkey.
No.
Sixers only 40 points to this point. Paul George gets in and slams for 2. He's got 21. Last year, 38 wins for the Pacers, missing the playoffs. The first time in 5 years. Of course, they were without this guy, Paul George, and he is very much making his presence felt in this one. You're right, Al. He's just taken over. He's got 24. It's his 5th 3. Paul George averaging 24.5. It's 8th best in the NBA. He's got 26 points. George through the back door, depositing 2.
That's the second time they've run that play from that side.
Paul George, and he's fouled.
There are stories and there are items that I find pertaining to what the situation is now the Sixers find themselves in.
Oh, Jakar Sampson eliciting the largest or loudest cheer of the night with that throwdown. Paul George with an answer against Sampson, saying, all right, I'm dipping further into my bag of tricks.
Let me reach down even further. He does his talking with his game, speaking of.
Chase Budinger, a 27-point victory for Indiana tonight as they beat the Sixers by a final of 112-85.
Spectacular fall day in D.C. A buzz in the air around Chinatown, and we are just about set to go down the street at Verizon Center. Tonight, the Wiz try for their 4th straight win and their first look this season at Paul George and the 8-5 Indiana Pacers.
Washington continues to set the pace, push the ball up. They've done that all year. And look how quickly that comes right back. Paul George, what a devastating injury he had a couple of years ago, a year and a half.
Otto again on the other side. He misses. Gortat tries to keep it alive, but he can't.
Otto's had 2 good looks.
Wow. Paul George hits again. He's 6th in the league in scoring at just under 25 points a game.
Well, John has to play that backside better. And you saw how easily George was able to slip along the baseline.
Paul George again. Unbelievable. Wow. Another long range shot, another basket. This is unbelievable. They are 8 for 8 to start this game. Tough shot by John, that rims out. Paul George, he is unbelievable. During the 3-game win streak, the Wizards bench is averaging 42.3 points a game. And in their first 7 games, they averaged 32. Neal has to try to save it, but he can't. The pass was a little errant coming from Porter. George drives and throws it out. Here they go again for another 3. That's hard to believe. C.J. Miles is just absolutely burning up the court.
Hard to believe that Steph Curry hit 2nd in most improved in terms of scoring.
And we'll see Nicholas Batum tomorrow in Charlotte. Look at that. And this guy is just so good. It's, you didn't even, I mean, you knew when he got hurt last year that it made a huge impact on this team.
Yeah.
But you tended to just sort of forget how good he is.
Yeah, Paul George so well, that's so good at seeing the floor.
Blocking foul called on Washington as Wall came over to try to make the block. Washington from the line tonight, 2 of 7, making 2 of 6.
Well, both teams 2 of 5. Wow, in the first half for free throws.
Paul George is 4 for 4 from long range, and C.J. Miles is 6 for 6. Dudley for 3. Back the other way, it's Hill. They'll try another 3 and knock it down.
Oh,
no. It's a foul on Garrett Temple. Gortat has to shoot off the back of the iron. George the other way. Feeling it on a fading shot that's good. Paul George is having an out-of-body experience for most human beings. He's got 30. Wow, look at this. This is hard to imagine.
Yeah.
This is just crazy. Paul George is 6 of 6 from three-point range, 11 of 15 from the field. George gets free, drops in another. Superhuman effort tonight for Paul George, who is 12 of 17 from the field, 7 of 8 from long range, has 36 points. Paul George putting on a display here tonight for all around the NBA to see. So the Wizards will see their 3-game win streak come to an end. But it came at the hands of this guy who has done that all night long. Paul George with 40 points in the game on 14 of 19 shooting. Just a stunning performance tonight for Paul George. And unfortunately for the Wizards, their 3-game win streak will come to an end, and they will fall to 6-5 on the year.
Tuesday night was historic. Paul George, yes, he had 40. C.J. Miles had 32, including 8 of 9 from three-point range. The Pacers made a franchise best 19. But all that doesn't mean much tonight other than the Pacers were on a roll because they have the Chicago Bulls in town. It's the Bulls and the Pacers on Fox Sports Indiana. They're going to see that last shot by Miles was a foot on the line, so just a 2, but great to see Miles hit tough shots. And PG back the other way.
He just pushed the ball up, and Pau Gasol wasn't prepared for it.
Matchup to watch, Butler guarding Paul George. 2 outstanding defenders. Gets to the basket, PG 2 more.
Yeah, move the big fella. If you got a guy that's long and tall, Mirotic, Pau Gasol, any of the bigs that Chicago has, you've got to move them. Paul George able to move him and still shoot over. Mahinmi has made baskets. Now he's making passes to Paul George.
6 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists in a 7-minute stretch for Ian Mahinmi. He's trying to get unleashed in a 9-point first quarter in his first 3 for Paul George. Would have been a shot clock violation, but a Jimmy Butler turnover.
Fred Hoiberg would love this style of play because he could shoot it.
Lavoy Allen has only shot 39% on the year. Good to see him hit that jump.
Yeah, he's a better shooter than I think a 39% shooter.
Paul George had 9 first quarter points. Gets it to Allen, who line drives one in.
With a soft touch.
Now with 5, he'll attack Mirotic.
Got a mismatch. He likes it.
And a foul. It's on Mirotic.
Well, you got it. They say when he wouldn't let him come down.
When their last 5 field goals dating back to the first half, maybe from 3-point range.
Yeah, I think they pretty well have, because Mirotic has been part of the guys that have been making shots. Glad to see Paul. See, when he takes a shot now, you know, what I talked about when he had those 10 shots, what happens is the guy starts feeling guilty.
Good defense by Indiana.
Yeah. Gasol had trouble playing against the Pacers in Chicago, too.
Yeah, he's 3 of 10. Here's PG.
Boy, he is just so confident, so smooth with his offense.
Somehow
he got it up there and in.
7-point Indiana lead underway fourth quarter. Paul George starts the quarter in the post against E'Twaun Moore with 4 to shoot.
That's the same thing they had done with Mirotic.
The Bulls now in 9 straight road games have made at least 7, and PG right back with 1.
I'm telling you, the guy has just got to the point, anytime you need a basket, he feels confident he can make it.
PG for 3 more. George Hill the rebound. Paul George missed it, but what a basket cut. Pacers trying to even the season series. PG for 3.
PG is just starting to fire up.
Paul George has 30. And here's a 3, and that's PG for 3 more. And
good,
that's it.
Really good win. Really, really good win here.
Lakers 0 for 4, make it 0 for 5, and 1 for 7 for Indiana. Monte gives it up to Paul George. PG 13 from the outside, and he's got his first bucket. That's a 3-pointer for Paul George.
They're 2 for 8 from the field, but that's 25 percentage points better than Lakers. Lakers are 0 for 5.
Here's Paul George, and he finally gets another bucket on one of his tougher shots. Underneath Paul George again. Good bounce to Jordan Hill. Reverse layup is good. Here's George.
Outside, working on Clarkson. Paul George lets it go. The rainbow is down with 1.2 remaining, and once again, the Lakers, with the worst first quarter differential in the entire league, are down big. Kobe, no, because Paul George was there defending. Paul George might make that one. And Jordan Clarkson fouls him, trying to avoid the bucket. So George will shoot free throws. Miles gives it to Ellis. Monte bounce to Paul George. He's underneath and he scores. All too easy. 2.7 remaining. Mahinmi lobs underneath Paul George easily as he got away from Kobe. And here's another wrestling match ensuing with Clarkson and the former Fresno State Bulldog, who gets to the hole and he's underneath and he gets fouled. Monte. Here's a catch and shoot, turning and firing it through from downtown. So the triple credited to Paul George. Hill down the middle he goes. Over Hibbert with the floater. Roy certainly altered that shot. Then Timber, down goes Hibbert. He fell over Hill, goes to Paul George. One bounce dribble, say goodnight. Right through the basket, three-pointer, Paul George. Here's Paul George, he takes plenty. In fact, he's taken 17. 3 minutes to go in the third. Up it goes and through the well. Yes, sir, Nick Young. What'd you say about him getting hot? Now Paul George answers right back. Anything you can do, I can do just as well. And they smile at each other as they go down the other end.
Yeah, but they got to get the ball out of Paul George's hands without fouling him.
Down 7, Nick Young in charge of guarding Paul George.
Like I said, got to get it out of his hands.
That's your crunch time player.
Yes, sir.
That's your superstar, your all-star, your franchise, Kobe. Kobe's second three of the game. Pulls him to within one. Now it's back to 3. Clarkson looking.
Tonight from Staples Center, it's Game 5 of a 6-game homestand for the LA Clippers as the team with the NBA's 4th best record pays a visit. Need a hint? It's the Indiana Pacers.
And Indiana has employed this small ball theory all season long.
George for 3, watch out, bingo.
They shoot 3. You got George shooting over 40%, CJ Miles over 40%, George Hill over 40%. They're over 40% as a team. Look out for the long ball tonight.
Open look for 3. In and out.
Austin has now 1 of his last 18 from deep.
Oh my goodness. George banks it in.
And these guys are playing freely. They're full of confidence. I watched them in warm-ups. They were doing dunks and having fun.
George back to Allen. Nice.
Allen is a lot like Maurice Spates for Golden State. He's a good offensive rebounder, and he'll step out and shoot that shot.
A real sweet stroke. George against Baum. Moody, they get the switch. Griffin's on him. 3 ball. Bingo.
He has made 32 of his last 58 threes.
Get out of here. Good closeout. But a foul. Baumute will get his 2nd personal foul. Turnover. Griffin's the only man back. The lob. The jam.
The fact that Blake doesn't jump for that is because Paul George threw that so quickly. I think it surprised Blake how quickly and freely he threw that lob.
He is just absolutely amazing. He has 13 points, Paul George does. Steal by Stevenson. And he gives it up.
Now Paul George has not scored this quarter.
Over Jordan. Good contest. Great shot by a truly great offensive player.
Went for 39 in this building Sunday night against the Lakers. Had 11 in the final minute 27.
Outside, Paul George will get fouled. The foul will be on Blake Griffin.
Once people started telling him how good he was, I think he got that confidence. And then when he got drafted 10th, I think that really sent him on the right arc to where now he wants to be great. Not just good, he wants to be great.
If you worked him out, I wish you'd have made a phone call to the Clippers and say, hey, I don't mean he's a nice player, but why don't you go ahead and take Paul George?
Yeah, that's right. They could have drafted him.
One-on-one against Rivers. Made the move, drew the foul.
Well, he's seen it before we mentioned it.
Yeah. He's the one who fixed it.
Gets the shot blocked. Great help by Paul George coming from the weak side.
They've done it all night to Blake. They've given him different looks.
Hill.
There's a reason this team's won 11 out of 13 games. What a pass. What a
feed
pass.
to Hill for two.
It was a little left-handed bounce pass that never got higher than about knee height.
Prigioni for three. Back tap, but it goes to Stuckey. Leaking out is Hill. He's able to save it.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Paul George for three.
That's a timeout-producing shot.
And it's tough. Without your leader, Chris Paul, and without your shooter, J.J. Redick. There's a shooter.
Well,
bingo. Third of the second half, fifth of the game for Paul George. George!
What superstars do, Ralph. The pace, the rhythm is all Paul George's game. He's dictating everything out there. How good was he tonight, Paul George?
He was terrific. Everything that we heard about him was true. He'll fire the long three. It rims out. And the Clippers come up for a final possession, accepting their fate. The record falls to 10 wins and 9 losses. And as Mike mentioned, the home mark now is 8-5.
Welcome to Vivint Smart Home Arena. Life without Rudy continues, and so does Utah's 4-game homestand. Tonight, Paul George in Indiana comes to town. Pacers and Jazz right now.
If you can palm it and then turn it over, that really tells you what you want to do.
That bucket, now 2 of 6 shooting are the Pacers. George fires up a quick shot, and he's fouled by Hayward.
Yeah. The shot's becoming easy for some of these. I don't know if you've seen, Craig, that the top 10 3-point shooters in the league, I mean, there's not one of them are shooting less than 40%.
Right.
What a dunk.
Like pirouetted up to the, he launched himself up to the rim. And George with a 7-point quarter, 6'9", 225, 6th year out of Fresno State. George inside Mahinmi, ran with him, and the reward is an easy dunk down for 2.
Look at that move. Huh?
George behind the back, and he buries the jumper, 9 points and a quarter. George bump, foul, puts up the 3, and for the second time, Booner, in this quarter, George goes to the line to shoot 3. George back on the court, pumps up a shot, and with well-rested legs, wastes no time to put down his 14th point of the night. 10-2 run by Utah, but George has a way of cooling things off. Does he not? 17 now in the half. Hill turns the corner, quick shot again. Oh! Nailed it. Push, one shot, and it is a 3-pointer, good, off the hand of Paul George. Big shot. George from the corner. Neto turns the corner. Back he goes to fade. Tough catch, and he dropped it. Rolls it up, left hand. Caught the rim and in.
Boy, it looked like he got very upset with the official as well. So he's still talking. You don't see that a lot with Derek. And George is getting hot.
Watch out. 3. No, short. Rebound. George Hill. Well, the Jazz just can't shake away the Indiana Pacers. Oh, what a big 3. Boy, Paul George on a deep ball in a crowd. He's got 29. Pacers have led by 1 twice. But yet, off they go, and again, the Jazz foul. Paul George behind the 3-point line. Ellis into the paint. Lyles with him. How about Withy? Clears. Nice outlet. Jazz have a 2-on-1. Here comes Millsap. It all started with Withy's outlet. Elijah scores his first 2 of the night. And the Jazz with momentum, but not for long. Paul George is really One of those players in this league that you could label as an assassin. George on a 3 deep. And now he's talking to Millsap on the way back down. 96 all. Favors, soft touch jumper.
Not a good shooter on the move like that. He usually
another foul. And they're going to count the basket by George.
Millsap again. 4 fouls here on Millsap.
Jazz need to go to their defensive sets, but how do you stop that? Hill puts down his shoulder. 2 minutes left. Trey right on him. There's the spin. Turns, fires, and hits. That ties his career high of 43. Yeah, Monte Ellis, he was all the way in the Jazz backcourt. They tie up, double teams Paul George. Rolled it in. All right, 2-point game. 3-point game. Alec to the rack, shovels it underneath. And count it! Oh my! Favors! We're tied. 110 with 10 seconds left. CJ inbounds. George has the ball in his hands. He'll take the final shot. He'll work one-on-one with Hayward. 3 shots away. Short! And we're going to overtime at SLC.
The first one of the year.
Here we go. George on a quick jumper. 48 for George. He's hit 8 of 11 from behind the arc tonight. Hayward stripped. Back comes Indiana.
What a steal.
CJ Miles leaves it to George. Inside, Allen. Jazz up by 1. 120-119. Trey Burke, belt high dribble. Pick and roll. Faves to the rack. Off the glass. Got it! 5.8 left. Jazz up by 3. Hill. Stuckey, Hill, 3 to tie. No! And the Jazz win in overtime. Overtime win at SLC.
It is the holiday season in Indianapolis, and you could not ask for a better present tonight. It is a sellout. It is standing room only. There is not one ticket available as the Golden State Warriors bring their 22-0 NBA leading team to face the Indiana Pacers tonight. And we have it for you on Fox Sports Indiana. This is the 5th of 7 straight on the road for Golden State as George Hill gets inside.
Great
and
help.
Paul George missed it, tipped it in.
Yeah, he mishandled the ball, but I said great help because Paul helped. When you look at it, George Hill couldn't find where he was going, and Paul came and helped him out.
Nice pass into Mahinmi, who adds his first 2.
Very good read by Paul because he froze both.
Paul George for 3.
But you notice how high he shot it. And the reason he shot it so high, the last couple shots he had were flat. And one he shot hit the front of the rim, the other hit the back of the rim.
These are the 2 best 3-point shooting teams in the NBA. Curry, quick trigger. Pacers run. Here's Ellis. Paul George at the rim.
Yeah, I mean, he was out ahead. Draymond Green didn't get back. And Paul George was out ahead, and good heads-up play by Monte Ellis.
And the Pacers struggling to score as George hits his second 3.
Yeah, Frank wanted them to play out of it. He wasn't going to call a timeout out of it.
And George Hill has his second basket. And now Paul George tees up a long 3.
The Pacers got to make their run. And Luke Walton is stopping that.
He's on track for another big game. Here's Miles for 3.
He's got to let it go. Got him, picked the pocket, got him clean. There's nothing that Curry can do here. Yeah, just picked him clean. Paul George showing you some of his defensive abilities.
Curry taken by Paul George. He's going to race the other way, and an easy 2 for PG.
Well, you know, more and more those dunks that you used to get, that is a delay of game. And Paul never thought about it. But, you know, last year they instituted the rule, you can't touch the ball. Got to speed it up. Got to everything, make a decision quicker and execute it faster.
And another field goal for Paul George. He has 22.
Pacers getting special on defense.
And CJ Miles gets 2. Klay Thompson comes in, shooting 42% from 3-point range. He's made 58 prior to tonight, and he's made 10 here. That's blocked by PG, and that's Pacers basketball.
Yeah, nice job because PG got on him.
And now George Hill just missed a 3 and hits that one. 3 of them tonight for George Hill. The Pacers have made 9. They average 9.5 per game. And now Curry missed it. George tips it to Solomon Hill. And now Paul George in transition for 3.
He can make those, but you can't get. The tough part is you get in a shootout with this team. They've got better three-point weapons.
Paul George is also back out there, a 27-point game, and his three-point shot is good. He has 30, 6 of his last 7. And now Paul George spins on Livingston, and PG tips it in.
Nice job staying active with PG. May have got bumped a little bit, but you play through that.
And they will dribble the clock out for an 8-point win, 131 to 123. As the Warriors now 23-0. Former teammates Steph Curry, Monte Ellis. And these teams will see each other again January 22nd at Golden State. And who knows what the record will be for the Golden State Warriors. Ready to start a new year. We're just a few hours away. This is the final game of the holiday season in 2015 for your Indiana Pacers. Crowd coming in as the Milwaukee Bucks are in town. It's the second of 4 regular season meetings. It's the Pacers and the Bucks tonight.
Joe Prunty, their coach, is got to figure out how to get his guys up and down the court, because that's when they're at their best, and that's the chance to possibly take advantage of the Pacers playing a tough game last night.
And that's goaltending. The boy Allen, the basket. He had his second double-double of the year last night.
When you think paint, sometimes you think posting in the paint, and you've got Greg Monroe. Part of their paint points are driving points. They drive into the paint a lot. As Paul George, I'm sure, is glad to see that one go down.
He was 3 for 9 last night from three-point range. Hit a couple of big threes in the fourth quarter. Shot clock down to 4. Paul George in trouble, finds Allen, turnaround jump shot, and at the buzzer of the shot clock. Antetokounmpo missed early and misses again as Turner the rebound.
Yeah, CJ's out in front.
And that's exactly what you want to do as Miles dunks.
That's what he needs. You're right. That's what you want to do. He needs that. They've been running a similar system. It'll take some adjustment because they're playing at a higher level as Paul knocks down that shot. But they're going. One of them is probably going to have to get minutes.
Bad pass.
Take it right at him. Yeah, take it right at him. Because you force Mayo to have to make a decision. When you got that kind of opportunity where the ball is coming up quick, take it right at the defender.
Bad pass.
Henson does that routinely. He rarely makes a good play there when he's in traffic.
Here's Paul George. He's hit 2 threes, make it 3 from long range.
Yeah, good for the confidence. Good for the confidence. But the other thing, Chris, that the Pacers have got to play it and try to get something early in the clock. That's when they've had the most success.
And at the rim.
He makes a good hard cut there. And again, the boy Allen on the pass.
Paul George for 3.
Nice job. Screen down, let him get back up. He does a nice job of ran the offense.
There's Paul George.
Great
out to
pass.
George Hill.
Great pass. And it's a great pass. He skipped it over the top. The defense can't react fast enough to that. And that's why George Hill's jump shot was wide open.
Here's Paul George fouled. A recipe for disaster is allowing a team to shoot 50%. In fact, tonight, Milwaukee 61%.
The Bucks have gotten the kind of places they need to get. Ooh.
Paul George fouled, and Antetokounmpo got him. Paul George has 21 tonight.
Pressure. Paul George.
Here's George, and draws the foul, and that's important because the clock stops.
Little technical foul. Did they call that?
On Middleton.
Middleton.
Here's Paul George in the lane. Jumper good.
That was a hard shot, too. I mean, that's a difficult shot for anybody to take and make.
Ball loose, picked up. George Hill. Monte Ellis leaves it off for George. Here's a 3. Good!
Yeah. Get back up, put the pressure back on him.
George drives on to Antetokounmpo inside, and a blocking foul.
There's no doubt that's a foul.
That is it. The Milwaukee Bucks have split the first 2 games in Indianapolis with the Pacers. After losing by 37 back in November, the Bucks rally with a 120-116 win here at Bankers Life Fieldhouse as the Pacers end the month of December with a 7-9 record, and they'll head to 2015 with an 18-14 record. Still in the playoffs at this point of the year, but down near 7th or 8th. For Paul George, he just needed that one game on Thursday night to get him individually back in gear. But unfortunately for the Pacers, it was a second consecutive loss. They end 2015, now start 2016, trying for a brand new win streak. Tonight it's the Pacers and the Detroit Pistons on Fox Sports Indiana. And now deep in the shot clock, here is a three, and it's good by Paul George.
And a tough three, too, because his defender's right there, but at least gets the Pacers off the snide.
Jennings guards Paul George. Leaves it off for Hill. Inside, lays it in. Pacers have their first lead.
But Hill did the right thing. He came over and got the switch because you had Jennings on Paul George. So when you run that pick and roll, they switched it, and Hill rolled to the basket. And there's nothing Jennings can do to stop that.
And now Miles for three.
But Paul is playing the way he needs to play. He's making moves with the ball, but he's not trying to score for himself. He's trying to score for the Pacers, and it's a big difference in how everybody reacts to that.
Here's Paul George.
That's a foul. That's 3 shots.
And it's on Jennings.
Yeah. Just walk him down into the post.
Morris comes to help. Here's G. Hill for three.
Well, that's why if you take your time, you force them to make a decision. They decided to come to help on on Paul George, and he threw it to George Hill to knock down the three.
Here's George to the
He
rim.
got fouled by Morris.
Brandon Jennings is in, knocks the ball away from Ellis. They were teammates in Milwaukee, and that's blocked by Drummond, but Paul George pounds it home.
Good job following that one up. Just being in the right place at the right time. The defense is what has to stay solid. 10-point lead.
Paul George will continue his Caldwell Pope.
Oh, boy.
And that's a foul.
Sure did.
Jackson has to create a shot, and they get the rebound. That was C.J. Miles pushing it up. Paul George against Ilyasova. Lays it in.
Great job of attacking. And that was enough to make Stan Van Gundy call a timeout because he basically gets that off the glass and just pushed it and forced the reaction or lack of reaction by the Detroit Pistons. This is it.
Big time shot by Paul George, who has not shot it well. 4 of 13. That's his second three. George off a screen again for another three.
Yeah, he knew it right away, too, because he let it go and started turning. Not like he was going back, but just kind of like, I think I got it, didn't let it go. He knew that was going in.
Here's another jumper by George.
He's feeling it.
Boy, is he feeling it.
Oh, no, he's feeling it because that one came off his hand crooked. And he had Andre Drummond in his face and knocked that down. Paul's, that's a heat check. That is a heat check. Wow! That is a heat check for sure.
Well, let's hand it to Jonathan Bender up in the Fox loft. He said, hey, I want my guy Paul George to take over. And take over he has.
That's the guy that they were talking about in the MVP run. Bringing it that way.
The last 17 straight for Paul George. Here's George again.
Yeah, it's a huge one. It's huge to see Paul George do what he's doing, but it's huge for the Pacers to get a win. And right now, they're going to give Stan Van Gundy a technical.
A 30-point night for Paul George.
They can throw him out of the game.
He's gone.
Yeah, well, he's trying to get gone. I mean, the team needed it, but Paul needed to have it go. You know that. But this is one great outing by PG. This is by the Pacers. But Paul put on an offensive display.
And the Pacers get the win.
Oh, and Marcus Morris just pushed Paul George after the game. And this is nonsense. I told you that's what this was about. That's what all of this was about. Now Paul needs to just step away. You can see Frank is trying to get him back. Rodney Stuckey everybody needs to back up here. Everybody take a breath. Rodney Stuckey needs to back off. All the Pacers back off. Take a breath.
And they will separate both teams.
Just take a breath. But I told you, this is the black and blue. This is the central. This is how all this tends to go, and the officials are trying to keep control of it.
Yeah, for many of you in South Florida, it was a back-to-work day. That includes the Miami Heat, fresh off an impressive road win in Washington last night. The Heat back in Miami to take on a team that's already beaten them twice in Indiana. We welcome you, whether it's by motor coach or television inside the American Airlines Arena. Heat and Pacers Part 3. We hope you enjoy every bounce and basket of Miami Heat basketball on Fox Sports Sun. Deng starts the game defending Paul George, who shoots the quick three and drains it.
And he stays hot. Oh, boy. The NBA's #7 scorer this year, Paul George, averaging 24.5 points a game. So he's now scored the Pacers' last 24 points. Yeah, the final 21 in the game against the Pistons a few nights back. Oh, that's a good, strong finish from Ian Mahinmi.
Paul George threw 3 Heat players to the basket.
Monte Ellis, first year with the Pacers. And there's Paul George burying the corner 3. So the Pacers have come out and buried their first 4 from downtown. They've opened up a 15-3 lead. There's Paul George with his first score of the second quarter. He had 8 points in the first quarter. And Paul George draining a 3. Miami trailing by 9. Mahinmi tried to draw the foul and get it.
He had the layup on the right, same side. He tried to go on in reverse.
Oh, Deng fanned on the catch, and here comes Paul George in the open court. Oh, the pull-up 3.
Oh, man. That time, Dragic thought that Deng was going to spot up, and Deng was cutting to the basket.
That's another missed triple for Miami. 3 of 17 now. Paul George, another throw.
Oh, man, to see him. He's in one of those zones. He's one of those great players, and once he gets in the zone, we told you he scored the last 21 points for Indiana in that Detroit game the other night that the Pacers won.
Paul George, boy, how quick off the hop has he been? He's got 11 points in this quarter. Bosh misses the jumper. Rebound to Paul George. Monte Ellis, by the way, played the last 2 years in Dallas. And for the Mavericks last year, he averaged 26 points per game in their playoff series against the Houston Rockets. And the Pacers are starting to score with ease now off their ball movement.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man, Paul George with a jackhammer jam.
You could see that coming. As soon as he got to the launching pad, it was over.
George gets all the way in. Paul George, first score of the fourth quarter. He's got 25. George flipping it to Stuckey, a deep 3. And an offensive rebound for Mahinmi. That hurts.
That's twice now. This is their 3rd shot on this sequence.
Oh, that's a deflating possession for Indiana. 27 for Paul George. Pacers up 7.
Deflating possession for Miami.
Paul George. Oh, he comes through again when his team needed him to. 29 for George. Pacers up 4. Paul George. It's good. And the Pacers go back in front. All 3 times Stuckey, the inbounds man, throws it at George. Steps back, shoots the 3. It's over. The Heat have won in overtime.
We welcome you to Sleep Train Arena. The fans finally in here looking for the Kings' 5th win in a row. And boy, how good has Rajon Rondo been? Leads the NBA in assists with 11.7.
And a foul on DeMarcus Cousins. That is his first. Here's Paul George, and he hits the triple. And now George Karl takes a timeout. Also into the game with the basketball is Joe Young.
Yeah, the young rookie out of Oregon really played well last night against the Warriors, getting a little more time with all the injuries on this team, as Paul George certainly finding his way into this game with 7 points on 2 of 3 shooting.
They were waiting for him that time on a triple team. Stolen. Rondo stepped in the passing lane. Kings with numbers. Caspi bobbled it. The ball was never really cleanly passed, Jerry.
No, a little bit too low for Omri as he's running hard like that.
Boy, a 3, and how about the effort by Cauley Stein, though?
And he almost got that. That's remarkable, the hustle of Willie Cauley, and how Paul George made that shot. That may be even more remarkable.
5-point swing because they didn't have to take the ball out of the basket. Once again, look at Hill get inside, Jerry.
Yeah, and Paul George really creating offense for his teammates. He's delivered a couple of layups here in the last few possessions.
61-54, Paul George blocked by Rondo. George gets it back and connects. Kind of get the feeling of a lot of NBA coaches enjoying what happened in Cleveland tonight after Coach Blatt was dismissed from his duties, the record that they had.
Yeah, I think Rick Carlisle said it well. He really feels as the Coaches Association just embarrassed for the league.
Is 66-62. George Karl actually said the same thing before tonight's game.
Anderson staying in front of Paul George pretty good, but Paul George is the reason why he's one of the elite players in the league at 6'10", can play on the perimeter like a guard.
3-pointer, good. 86-79. George is fouled, and no. Boy, he and Omri were playing ring around the rosy there. I think they went in a 360 3 times. See how they get the ball to Paul. There he is. Now Cousins on a switch. 92-86.
Wow. I mean, it's not like they're giving him open shots either.
No, you can see why, there's no doubt. I mean, he's one of the elite players in the world, and Kings fans are getting to see for real why.
And Paul George was fouled by Anderson, a late whistle. He's going to get 3 free throws. And Sacramento's going to go to 20 and 23 on the season. They will sweep the Indiana Pacers.
End of November, 1st of December, Pacers playing their best basketball of the year. They beat the Clippers in Los Angeles for a 6th straight win. Tonight they tip off a homestand against the Clippers, trying for the 2-game series sweep. It's the Pacers and the Clippers tonight on Fox Sports, Indiana. Paul Pierce blocked away by Paul George.
Good read.
And no challenge for George by Paul.
Because Paul did that exactly right. He had George Hill left. But when you're 6'9", going at a guy 6'3" at the rim, you make him make a decision. And even when he makes a decision, it was going to be wrong.
A 34-point game for Paul George in Sacramento. And he tosses that one in over Jordan. As Chris Paul a 3. Beat Miami here, lost to Sacramento. This is the 3rd of 6 times the Pacers wear him, and Paul George, nice move.
All day.
Good there.
Yeah, all day. That was J.J. Redick guarding him.
Still plenty of time on the shot clock.
Now set a screen. Now you get something. And that was the best way you're going to get it. Because you got to set the screen. Paul didn't let the screen get set the first time, so Mbamute just got around it, and there was no clearance. There's no space to get a shot.
Comes Paul George, top of the key. Leans in, off balance, and got it.
That's starting to look a little bit like November-ish.
Yeah, he is. Pacers look back door. Paul George got it, and he tips it in. Terrific play.
Good job staying live on it. Because Paul Pierce had initially blocked it. Paul just got up and stayed live, was able to get it tipped in.
Allen, it hit off the head of Mbamute. Paul George to the basket, finishes strong. The lob, Paul George, and a foul.
Yeah, Chris Paul asked to come out of the game.
Rivers, tipped by Ellis. Here's a 2-on-1. Redick is back. Got it, basket and a foul. Johnson did not alter the shot for PG. Rivers no good. Paul George takes it. Pacers still scoreless. 5.5 minutes of the quarter.
Get into it. Yeah, he did a good job. I wanted him to get into DeAndre Jordan instead of Paul was able to clear the space. Pacers finally get a basket.
Pacers still +5 on the glass. They've been as high as 10.
Oh, they switched it.
Makes it in. 2 straight baskets.
Yeah, terrific shot, too. You now have Austin Rivers still trying to guard Paul. Paul is feeling it.
7 straight for Paul George.
He was able to clear space from Austin Rivers and get a 3-point shot. And a really comfortable shot, too.
Nice pass.
Really good find there. DeAndre Jordan looking to help. Paul George threw it over the top.
Ellis.
They just switch it.
Paul George for 3. Got it.
Yeah, they would just switch it.
What a shot by PG as 31. George Hill. They're going to run a lob. Here's Hill. It was close.
No, he's got to touch. If he doesn't touch the ball, it doesn't start. Yeah, it was close.
So the Los Angeles Clippers rally with a late run at the end of the 3rd quarter. A 13-0 run is the key, and the Clippers win by 2. It's another special night at Bankerslide Fieldhouse. It's a Hickory Pacers night, so the Pacers wear the Hickory uniforms, but at the same time, we honor the legendary Crispus Attucks basketball teams. And the Knicks in town, the first meeting of the year. Pacers and the Knicks on Fox Sports Indiana. Pacers wearing the Hickory uniforms. They've gone 2-4 with those uniforms. That's an air ball, but Mahinmi tracks it down.
Don't worry about it, ladies and gentlemen. He'll shoot another one. He'll shoot the next shot.
Mahinmi the basket and a foul. O'Quinn, Galloway, bench on the floor for the Knicks. Taken by George. Here he goes. Thomas chasing and pounded down. PG.
Really good job of reading it on that play. Finally gets off the snide there a little bit.
That gets you going.
Yeah, that'll get you going.
They got the crowd going. See if this guy can get it going. He does with a field goal.
That's a good job there, turning the corner. And I'm sure Frank talked to the team about, let's try to get everybody involved in the offense because you need to have Paul get going.
Paul George hunts his way in and scores again. Second field goal of the quarter.
How about Slick Leonard? Slick guarded Oscar back in the ABA. The Lakers against the Royals. I said, how good was he? He looked at me. His eyes were wide open. He said, tougher than nails.
Pacers had a chance for a double-figure lead. They missed it. And now Paul George back the other way.
They've gone with a smaller lineup because they're playing Thomas and Carmelo Anthony. So the Pacers have to get the ball inside.
27 seconds away from the halfway point of the quarter. Brilliant pass and a cut by Hill.
I tell you what, the execution was great.
And they turn it over as Ellis comes back the other way. Paul George fumbled it, but it doesn't matter.
And one of those tough places to take the ball out is right on the corners, just off the corners on either side. Oh boy, he threw a bullet. That is the perfect kind of pass.
Paul George taking time, fires it up, and ties it at the buzzer.
I'm telling you, that pass was a bullet.
Pacers trailed by 5. They had an 11-point third quarter lead on the baseline. Paul George.
He's got Vujacic on him. There's no way he should be able to guard him.
Paul George.
If you're going to turn it over, you might as well shoot it. Paul said on that one.
Rebounded by George.
Yeah, that's Anthony's shot, so that's the one I thought he was going to get a chance to make.
Paul George is going to take it right inside and draw the contact from Porzingis. Now you've got Galloway. Here's another 3, this time short. George the rebound.
See if you get a chance. I've got to look at Miles Turner because I don't think Thomas can guard him. Paul had Galloway on him. Yeah, that's why Rambis is taking a timeout because Paul George had Galloway on him. Miles Turner was down in the post with Thomas. Good pairing for the Pacers.
Here's a hook by Turner.
Yes! Make him call a timeout, young fella.
Here's Paul George.
Was just taking.
Big time shot by PG. Creates his own shot. 22 now for Paul. And he's been in double figures, 10 in the third and 10 in the fourth. Paul George got it back on the baseline.
When it's going well.
Is that an assist to yourself?
Well, he might get one for that.
108-105 Indiana, 1 9/10.
And they had Calder on, and they just decided not to throw him the ball. Oh, no.
Anthony missed it. Pacers win. They hold on and beat the Knicks 108-105.
Typical New York, Indiana game.
Back at Bankers Life Fieldhouse on a Friday night, second of 3 straight at home, and 2 teams tonight in the playoff chase. Pacers right now are 5th. Charlotte is 8th, just a game and a half behind Indiana. These are 2 teams that are playoff hungry because the Hornets and the Pacers outside the postseason a year ago. Pacers fans hoping for redemption. Back on February the 10th, it was all Hornets by 25 points. It's the Pacers and the Hornets on Fox Sports Indiana. They were red hot. They shot a season-high 51.7% against Indiana back in February, and that's another basket, a third for Miles Turner, giving all kinds of problems to Marvin Williams.
Yeah, well, he's giving them problems, but I'm going to tell you what, Paul George has become so much better at his game. His patience that you see on the floor, Chris, he takes his time and he does whatever he has to do to put the defense in a tough spot.
As Paul George, he had 25 of his 27 against the Knicks in the second half. Just 2 first-half points the other night. Here's Paul George, raises up, and his jumper goal. They anticipate 15 to 18 minutes for Rodney Stuckey, and Paul George, another field goal. He's got 6. Looks very comfortable shooting the ball like we saw in the second half against the Knicks.
He is comfortable, Chris, because he's taking his time. He's not rushing anything.'s not forcing anything, so he's got more time to take. Oh.
What a move.
It really was, because Batum is a very good defensive player, and Paul was able to create space. The key in this league is to be able to create space for your shot and be on balance, and that's what Paul George did.
George, free throw line, separation again. 6 in the first quarter, 6 in the second quarter for Paul George. George Hill right around Courtney Lee. Got his own rebound, back up with a left hand. Was hoping to draw the foul, but a good move by Paul. Good, strong rebound. Here's George from...
Oh, yeah!
Three-pointer!
Yeah! PG! Way to knock it down!
Paul George hits the 3 to give the Pacers some momentum. And a touchdown pass from Jordan Hill.
What we talked about. This is the play they run.
Here's George. Jumper good. Continues to shoot it in. He was 9 of 14 in the second half on Wednesday. He's now 8 of 13, and he has 19 points. George Hill.
Yeah, that's all right. Paul gets
nice
the rebound. But it was a smart play.
Paul George really active around the rim. George drives on Batum, hangs and scores.
That's big time play there.
Of the last 19 Pacers points, Paul George has 17. And Monte Ellis has a couple of free throws. Here's PG again. 8 in the quarter, 25 on the night.
He's the offense.
Loose ball. Here's Indiana 3-on-1.
Oh, great pass. Great. Oh, young fella missed it. He was going for the big dunk. Pacers get it back.
Very fortunate they get it back. And here's George Hill for 3.
Online.
We'll take that. Paul George 25 through 3 quarters.
Good screen.
Now he's going to put it up and in. 27 for PG.
Yeah, he got away with an offensive foul there.
George guarded by Batum. He lobs it up.
Pass.
Oh, what a pass.
Great read there. Seeing that Miles Turner had position, just threw the ball up to the rim where only he could get it and make it.
Here's a 3 from PG.
Yes.
Good. 1-point game.
Yeah, that's a huge one there. And you got the switching on here. You got Walker on Paul. Just raise up.
Backs his way in, and 2 more for Paul George. He has 32. It's a 1-point Charlotte lead.
It's enough time.
So George
Hill
they
got him. He's
got
good.
it to Paul George.
He's good.
Here's PG to win it. It's
whoa. I knew he was going to be able to get the shot on Batum. I thought he'd be able to knock it down. Charlotte got another one here against the Pacers.
And so Charlotte, since this is a 3-game regular season series, has won the season series and the tiebreaker. He was fading left, the shot was left, and the Pacers lose by 1.
Downtown D.C. on a Saturday night, and Verizon Center a welcome sight, with a home team winning 6 straight here as CSN brings you Wizards basketball. Tonight the Wiz with a chance to crack the top 8 in the East as they take on Paul George and the 32-30 Indiana Pacers.
Both teams coming off a game last night. Both teams lost. The Wizards, as you know, lost in Cleveland 108-83. It snapped their 4-game win streak. And this Pacers squad lost a tough one in Charlotte last night, 108-101. Their 4th loss in the last 5 games.
And Paul George just knocked down his first shot of 3.
Paul George with an open shot. Washington by 3. Again, off the screen, and an easy basket for Paul George, who averages just over 23 points a game. He's 10th in the league in scoring. Paul George getting free and scoring. George's jumper is fouled on the play, and he'll have a chance to give his team the lead back. Mahinmi scores past Gortat. Good move. Rodney Stuckey. George for the open shot. He is deadly. Alan Anderson didn't waste any time, did he?
No, sir. First shot of 3 from the corner, set up by John Wall.
You know, we talked so much about his toughness and his defense, and we knew he could drop in 3s. But I'll tell you what, he just lost his man on that play, but he is fearless when it comes to shooting 3s. He's got great confidence in himself. Tough shot. Paul George baseline gets it to go. Swing it to George. He fakes. He gets free. He shoots. He scores.
He lights this arena.
Oh, he is so good. It's just crazy. Screen roll and a nice play by Mahinmi. Paul George.
Oh, that's an incredible call.
Well, what a luxury it is to have guys like Morris and Anderson who can knock down a 3.
Yeah. And then still play that physical game. Well, Miles Turner was in the lane about 5 or 6 seconds. He really never cleared it.
George isolated, going around Nene, and scores. Too many turnovers tonight. 15 for the Wizards have led to 19 Indiana points. George, tough shot. He's fouled on the play. Paul George for 3.
know, Allen Anderson upset because he got pushed by George.
What a shot. This guy is simply amazing. They're trying to get Paul George open. They do. He drives. It's rejected and a foul is called. He'll go to the line for 2. Timeout Washington, and therein lies the difference in this game. For Wall, for the fadeaway, missed it, and this game is over. The Indiana Pacers have hung on to beat the Wizards 100-99, making 19 of 20 free throws, while Washington goes 15 of 24.
Over a 3-week period, just one road game for the Indiana Pacers, a stretch of 8 of 9 at home. This is the third of a 5-game homestand and an expected sellout crowd tonight to watch the second meeting of the year between the Pacers and the Thunder of Oklahoma City.
You're going to have to be solid on both sides here. You got to be better than solid, frankly. I mean, you're talking about one of the top 3 teams in all of basketball. They can score it. They defend it at a high level. They have the 3rd best point differential of anybody in the league. So you've got to come with both on both sides of the game.
You've got to play like you did against San Antonio. Here's Paul George.
And some.
He was just 1 of 9 from 3-point range on Thursday against Toronto, and he gets his first here just a few seconds into the game. And Mahinmi tossed it up and in his second field goal. How much, Quinn, did the Pacers miss Mahinmi on Thursday night?
Well, you miss him particularly because of the experience he has, and he's a better defensive player than I think any of the other options that the Pacers have in the center position. But the Pacers, the 25 rebounds, I'm not sure he'd have made up for all of those, but he'd have made up for some.
Here's George Hill.
Take a time out. Pacers came out like we said they need to come out. A lot of energy early.
Durant missed it.
Good protection there by Miles Turner, though.
I like the Pacers' pace. They're running it up the floor. And now Monte Ellis for 3. Pacers have hit 4 3-point field goals in the opening quarter.
3 different times the shots went up. He saw guys get into Thunder, guys who were crashing the boards, create contact. That's how you block them out. That'll be a key tonight.
That's a bad pass, and it's taken by the Pacers. That's an OKC turnover. Randy Foye, they picked him up in a trade with the Denver Nuggets at the All-Star break. And Paul George, strong inside. He just pulled his way through Westbrook.
He came through the baseline and nobody saw him. And he did a nice job, you're right, being strong with the ball at the rim.
And here's a nice pass to Hill as the Pacers carving up OKC's defense.
Well, the Pacers have done an outstanding job in the sense that they've been delivering the ball, Chris. So far, you're looking at 8 assists on 9 baskets.
Have to get to the free throw line. Paul George tried, doesn't, but does get the basket. Ball loose, picked up. George Hill ahead to Paul George, and he will lay it in, and Morrow just not a very intelligent foul. If you're going to try to foul him, you've got to stop him from getting to the rim. Paul George attacks the rim.
Yeah.
Love it.
He really did. He was ready to take on Ibaka had he gone. And Ibaka, a very good shot blocker, didn't even leave his feet.
And now George's jump shot just inside the arc. He has 20. Paul George against Durant. Slips to the floor.
Gets back up. Ooh, yeah.
He could have drawn the foul, couldn't he?
Sure could have had him for drawing the foul.
That's a big time shot.
Yeah, he just keeps laying.
And pass. Westbrook threw it to George.
He's trying to throw it to Ibaka.
He's going to attack and does not get the basket, but does draw the foul.
Because of the attack, partner. Now they've got Foye on Paul. They're taking.
And Paul George is fouled. Ibaka goes to the bench, and here's George in the corner, wide open for 3.
Well, they caught the Thunder napping there a little bit. Pacers are down 1 because the Pacers advanced it. Because the official just needs to give you the ball. You don't have to wait. Remember, you used to have to wait till everybody got set. Let it go.
Here's George again.
He's playing good enough. Let it go. Yeah, he's playing good enough. When he catches it, you got to let it go. Because if you can see your team struggling, that ties the game up.
Payne is the rookie out of Murray State.
Y'all read it. Good job by Paul.
Here comes Paul George, and he will go up and under. Pacers have the lead.
They read that Waiters wasn't prepared to shoot it as he prepared himself to throw it. Paul just got his hands in the path with some anticipation.
Again, Paul George has not scored here in the 4th. He gets inside, draws the foul, banks it in.
It's a basket.
He's got 39. Two-man game, Hill and George.
Got to shoot it. Yeah, you got to shoot him. You got Durant out there, and he's not going to close hard.
That's a big time shot by George.
Yeah, shoot that one.
Paul George.
And one. Yes!
Made it! And a foul! Paul George!
Sure did.
What a
Smart enough
shot.
to get that one going to the rim.
45 for Paul George. Pacers within 4. Durant missed, got his own rebound, and that's going to do it. A 115-111 win for the Thunder. Frank Vogel and Billy Donovan will shake hands at center court. There are 2 All-Stars. When a loss coming up on our AndyMoore.com Pacers Live postgame show. You'll hear from Frank Vogel, go inside the locker room. But I'm convinced the Pacers bring performances like this. They'll win a lot of games in their final 13.
Totally agree with you, partner.
The Indiana Pacers back in the playoffs, taking on the Toronto Raptors, Canada's team. From the North Shore of Lake Ontario, Canada's largest city, and a great view outside as we will bring you inside the NBA playoffs beginning in a big way today here from Toronto. Paul George knocks down his first field goal. Miles Turner checked into the ball game during that last break. That was a foul against Mahinmi, his second. Ellis with a nice dime inside for the bucket to Ellis. 7-0 Toronto run has them leading by 7. George on the drive draws the foul against Damari Carroll. Off the turnover, here's Ty Lawson. Quickly up to Stuckey, blocked by Patterson. Oh, he sent it the other way and kept it in bounds, but George took it back and scores the bucket. Paul George looking like his old self there. C.J. Miles from deep, and he knocks down the 3 to quiet the crowd. A sold-out Air Canada Center, Game 1, Pacers and Raptors, and DeRozan went into a lot of traffic and lost the handle. George for 3, and a good start in the third quarter for Paul George, and that is the first lead of the ball game for the Indiana Pacers.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you're trying to exercise some first-round demons, if you're Toronto, and Indiana puts it to you to start the half, what's the maturity level here?
Nice feed inside to Allen from Paul George for the layup. DeRozan, good block out by Turner on Valanciunas, keeping him off the boards. George looking for the contact, made the bucket anyway.
Start to percolate. Got that 3 in transition. Does a nice job using his body to shield the defender.
We talked about Golden State and how to beat them, and Vogel's take a moment ago. You'll see Golden State next against ABC, and you'll see Detroit against Cleveland tomorrow on ABC. Stan Van Gundy, the coach of the Pistons, as George knocks down the baseline jumper, says, he told me you can't beat Golden State by playing like Golden State.
Yeah.
It's got to be something different. Paul George starting to heat up.
He's starting to percolate. 12 points now for Paul George after having just 6 points in the first half, going 2 for 9.
A wide open 3, and George knocks it down. PG-13, and yeah, you might need some parental guidance to watch him right now. He's starting to heat up. George with the steal, and he slams it home. A 16-point third quarter for Paul George, who seems to have exercised his demons against this Raptors team. George isolated against DeRozan. He had 17 in that hot third quarter. Forced to pass to Stuckey, and he drills the 3 ball. George for 3, launches, got it! Wet! Paul George makes it a 4-point lead for the Pacers. Here's Paul George again. Biyombo with good help defense, didn't matter.
And you have to be willing to be this guy right now if you're Paul George, right? The elite guys, these are the moments where you get separation, where you're willing to absorb the make or miss opportunities when the game is on the line.
George to Turner, the rookie, who finishes on the sweet pick and roll.
So back-to-back possessions, they play him on the post. That time they put him in the pick and roll. And again, he makes another good decision. A little drop pass for Turner.
Another good pass by George for an easy deuce from Turner. This is the largest lead of the ball game for the Indiana Pacers. Doris, this is not what the Raptors envisioned unfolding here today. Lowry turns it over. Ellis on the push. Dropped it off for George. A little showdown here against DeMarre DeCarroll, their elite defender. And George put him on ice. Deep freeze, an 8-point Pacer lead. Under 2 minutes to go. Pacers with the ball in control. Paul George has been the story of the second half for the Pacers, and Monte Ellis giving his buddy a little bit of help there with the three. George from the baseline. Got it! An appropriate punctuation mark, exclamation point by Paul George. Well, the NBA playoffs have started, folks. The visiting Pacers coming into Toronto and defeating the Raptors here this afternoon in Game 1. So the fun has begun. The Pacers, who missed the playoffs last season, back in a big way. And they take Game 1, 100-90 behind Paul George. Their all-NBA player who had 33 points in the game. The majority coming in the second half.
Paul, for 4 regular season games and 1 half against these Raptors, you were shooting 30%. And then in this second half, you just kind of went off. What did you do to get yourself loose?
A bit up. After the first half, I watched film in the back coming out. I was getting great looks. I just wasn't being smart about my approach. I did a better job with that. I seen that I had some easy opportunities, some easy shots that I was missing in the paint. I got locked in, I got focused, I made shots.
Team defense against that starting backcourt of Toronto was pretty spectacular from start to finish. What did you guys do against them, and how does that give you confidence going forward in the series?
They miss shots. These 2 guys are good. They miss shots. We got to continue to make it tough on them. That's all we got to do. They're going to make tough shots. We did a great job of not letting this crowd get involved late, and I think that's what helped push us through this.
Paul, you've been on this stage before, but you obviously missed almost all of last year. This year you're fighting for a playoff spot throughout the season. How much do you relish being back here, not just to say, hey, I'm back on the playoff stage, but to show people, hey, I can still lead a team?
I love it. I love it. I'm looking at it as no pressure. I've been here before being the low seed my rookie year. So this is almost new to me. All I got to do is come out and play. Try to do as best as I can leading. And my guys are behind me. So they got all the faith, all the trust in me. Coach got the trust in me. Just got to come out and perform.
Our play-by-play guy, Mark Jones, is obsessed with the shoes you wore to the game today. There's some sort of boat sort of shoes with like gold spikes on them. Tell me about those.
There's some lubes. I wore them All-Star weekend as well, so it ain't nothing new. I thought he was going to comment about my game shoes.
No, those are good. Thanks, Paul.
Palmdale, what up, baby?
Guys.
And we welcome you from beautiful Toronto, Ontario, on the banks of Lake Ontario, the home of the Raptors, the Air Canada Centre, and down York Street they have packed Jurassic Park just outside the arena. Just as many out there as there are in here, set for Game 5. Eastern Conference Playoffs, first round. It's the Indiana Pacers and the Toronto Raptors, and one of the 3 series in the East that is all tied at 2 apiece. George Hill will run the point. He shares those duties with Monte Ellis. Paul George gets off the first shot, and easy for him in the paint. That's the story for Toronto. They have been unable to survive the first round the last couple of seasons. Came in here as the #2 seed, second best record in the East behind the Cavaliers. And Indiana has given them all they want. That's going to be a block underneath. It's going to send George to the free throw line. DeMarre Carroll playing a ton of minutes in the last 3 games, coming off that knee injury, knee surgery. And another turnover, so Valanciunas being dogged on the other end, and in transition, Ellis gets the friendly roll.
Speed kills, and that's Monte Ellis doing a nice job. Him and Paul George. Valanciunas he has to find a way, BA, to hold on to this basketball. He's had 3 of them stripped. There's Miles Turner, the rookie, being comfortable knocking down that shot.
Patterson getting the start today. Oh, it's blocked by Turner. Met him at the rim and denied it. In the corner goes Paul George.
I think that's what's underrated about DeMarre Carroll. We know he's a fabulous one-on-one defender and help defender. Simon Paul George, but his offense has been great for Toronto. As you can see right now, they're back in this game, but Carroll is a guy who is flat out can shoot the basketball from the 3-point line, and there's Miles Turner again in the paint. But he's able to take advantage of smalls. As you can see, doesn't shoot a lot of 2-pointers, but from the 3-point line, he's been phenomenal.
Paul George for 3. Monte Ellis with a couple of fouls. Stuckey loses the handle. He thought he was fouled. In the corner goes Paul George. Another 3-pointer for George. Keep an eye on Mahinmi down below with Valanciunas. A lot of question whether he would even be able to play today and how many minutes he'd be able to give with a sore back as George knocks one down once again. George, patient, steps inside the arc and delivers.
He calmly staring down the Raptors bench. We talk about a Raptors team was right back in it. It's an 11-point game.
George finds Turner, takes the contact, and finishes off the window. Miles Turner. Got the boy Allen on the floor as well. Down in the corner, C.J. Miles can't hit it. And a rebound by Allen. Offensive board. George cashes it in. 11 3-point makes for the Pacers in this first half. Mahinmi, battling that bad back and all, is on the board. Another assist for the Indiana Pacers. This is a Game 5 and a 2-2 setting and a finish at the rim by Paul George. And if you're just picking us up, it has been the night of George tonight. 26 points for George. Here's George for 3. He's got it. PG 13 having a night. 29 now for George, his 5th 3-point make. Paul George will step back jumper, got it over Carroll. Superstar again, Paul George, and who knew if he was going to be able to come back and be this kind of player. George weaving his way in, just thrown away by Biyombo. A frustration foul.
Ball has to go through him in these last few seconds and in the fourth quarter way he's playing.
Up top on the lob, that's Turner with the finish. And now George, a little spin, gets it to go. So Paul George scores for the first time in the quarter to make it a 4-point game. 2-possession game right now. Lowry passes up a 3, he's on the take. Oh, and it's blocked by Turner. And here come the Pacers. George with his head up, he'll fire a long-range 3, short. Turner and Hill, and it is back tapped out to George. Now Solomon Hill buries a 3 in the corner. Again, it'll be Monte Ellis to put it in as they stack it up. Still looking for George, and he's got George. The catch, dish, Solomon Hill. Oh, it goes. Did he get it off in time?
B.A., this is just great recognition by Paul George. And if you're Corey Joseph, you got to stay at home. And Solomon Hill, let's see if he gets it off.
I don't think so. That's close. We've had 2 of these in this postseason. This one would force overtime. Ruling on the floor is no basket.
And I think it's still in his hands. So I would say no basket.
I would say no basket as well. And the officials take a look. And now the decision has been made. No basket. Toronto wins it. An incredible comeback win. Outscoring the Pacers 25-9. And the Raptors take a 3-2 advantage. Set up for a Game 6 in Indiana.
And the fans can feel it in Indianapolis at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. Opening night, the 50th year of Pacers basketball. Pacers and the Mavericks on Fox Sports Indiana.
Indiana has an early 8-3 lead. They averaged 107 points during the preseason, finished 3-3, and now Paul George gets in the act as the Pacers lead at 10-3.
Every shot with feet in the paint. Very good find there, but how about that one? You know, we saw the Pacers working on Monday against some zone, and you could see the quick recognition and the quick move by Paul George pass from Thaddeus Young. Pretty good read by Paul George, but you get to this point, guys get tired, but you don't have necessarily a point guard on the floor, so you can see a little bit of a struggle there.
Oh, nice give and go, and here is Allen. Well, Indiana getting anything they want at the rim. Here's Al Jefferson, soft jump shot, air ball though, rebounded by Allen.
That makes it extremely soft, but doesn't touch anything, Chris.
And the first 3 of the year from Paul George, who made 210 of them a year ago. Here's PG, and he loads a 3. Second of the night for Paul George. He has 10 first-half points.
Good read. Now, that's something that you and I have talked about many times with the Pacers. They were able to read the fact that Miles Turner had Darren Williams on him, and they were running another play, and they just changed. Great read by C.J. Miles. Read it. Watching. Yeah.
Paul George
earns a trip to the free throw line. Barea inside again, missed it, rebounded by Jefferson.
They're letting them play now.
The Pacers run, extra pass, Miles on the baseline.
But I like what Paul George did. Paul could have taken a shot, but C.J. Miles hadn't really had a chance to have a real impact here. So Paul George just threw him the ball so he could get a good look. That's the first basket that he's made.
George takes it inside, and it's loose and put in by Young. J.J. Barea has 6 assists, 22 points, as Paul George to give the Pacers the lead with a 3.
Well, you can see he is shooting that so comfortably.
No timeouts for Dallas. 115-112.
Just get on the three-point line. The question is, do you foul? If you do, you make sure, oh boy, that's not the guy.
And wide open, Harrison Barnes hits a 3.
They were scrambling because Dirk had been making shots, and Barnes, who they brought in from Golden State, was able to step up and tie it.
Here's Miles Turner, a 3 at the buzzer. It's off the mark.
Oh, it was right there, though. Well, it was too late.
And we go to overtime.
We go to overtime. First game of the season, overtime. It may be this way.
Here's Paul George, up and under. George got it.
Somehow he got it. Got away with a nudge. You got to get back, though.
And the ball in Paul George's hands. As this crowd of almost 18,000 on its feet in overtime. George.
He's going to have to throw it back out there. That's where you got to throw it.
Here's a 3. Miles Turner. Got it.
Yeah, that's where you got to throw it because all the help went away from him.
Paul George made a terrific play on the last possession with Miles Turner. And now here's George again for 3. Some big three-point shots by Miles Turner and Paul George.
Well, I'm telling you, real confidence in that one. And now you stay solid on the defensive end.
130-121. The Pacers win on opening night. It's now November, and it's a friendly schedule for the Indiana Pacers. They'll see these fans a lot at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. 11 home games in November at Bankers Life, and it all starts tonight, a Tuesday night, with the only appearance of the LA Lakers, the Lakers and the Pacers on Fox Sports Indiana.
When you're having a tough time, Danny Ainge, the general manager for Celtics, who I really love, had a great line. He was struggling. I said, you in a slump. He said, I can't get out of it unless I keep shooting. So that's what Teague's got to do.
Teague got the steal. Paul George missed a 3, and now his shot is good. George shooting almost 60% on the year from three-point range.
It's been impressive. He's still under control. I mean, the Olympic experience, I think, was terrific for him.
PG to the basket, draws the foul, and that's on Randall. As C.J. Miles is in, has replaced Monte Ellis, and I think this is a move to help Nate McMillan solidify that bench, and here's a 3 by PG.
Yeah, he's got to find some rhythm with that bench, but I think what you will see is he'll leave some starters on the floor. I mean, because you almost have to notice how much the offense has slowed down. I mean, I'm seeing Nate call plays. So, and Paul had said something that I thought was interesting. Just take your time there, just jump over. Was that you might need a little bit more structure, because that's one of the ways we started out talking about some of the things the Pacers need to do with the structure. There is built-in floor balance, which makes you get back on defense.
Dang against the smaller Miles, blocked by George, and it stays with the Lakers.
But good help defense, partner.
The Lakers have come back from a 16-point first-half deficit.
But I'm going to tell you what happened to Paul. Oh, and they'll count that. The Lakers told the officials to look out for Paul.
Here's Paul George, throws it down.
Really nice job in avoiding Larry Nance Jr., who he knows can jump. Paul took that one up, put it in the pocket, and then in the rim.
18 points for Paul George. You know he is healthy. We didn't see that early last year when he was a year removed from that injury in Las Vegas. Now Paul George goes to work, and he creates and puts up a shot.
Somehow he created a shot, because there really was nothing there.
And now here's Paul fading, scoring.
He looked at the shot clock on the other end. You know, speaking of shot clock, there was none. Had this been, had they broken late, he'd been in trouble, because he wouldn't have seen it. But you see, he's on Williams, who's been playing well offensively.
Now Russell guards George. Paul again.
And what he did was really good. I mean, obviously made the shot, but there was a double team coming, and Paul saw it and got rid of the shot before the double team could get there.
Now nice go job. To PG again.
Well, because he's got D'Angelo Russell. And then don't even wait to do anything.
Here's Paul George. 2 more. 6 straight for Paul George.
Well, that's the way you got to take it over.
That won 3 straight, 6 of 7 and 9 of 12 against the Lakers, and 4 straight here at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. Brian Shaw did a lot of great things for Paul George early in his career with the Indiana Pacers. A 30-point night for PG. He scores the last 12 for the Pacers, and Indiana beats the Lakers 115-108.
Paul, what a way to finish that game, but I want to go back to the huddle where you're trailing by 1 and kind of what you were thinking before you really took over that game.
I knew this is a game that we can't give up. You know, these games are going to come to hunt us late April or early April, late March. You know, these are games that we're going to look back on and, you know, wish that we could have did things a little better. I thought, you know, at that moment I had to try to put the game. You know, coach relied on me late in the stretch. I tried to put the game on my back and, you know, take over.
You told me this morning that you didn't think in the first 3 games that you were the aggressors. And maybe the entire game that wasn't the case, but the final 3 minutes you were the aggressors.
I mean, I thought we were aggressive offensively. Defensively is where we're lacking. You know, I think we're giving up 100 and something plus points. That's never been us since I've been here. So we definitely got to clean that up. I think defense got to mean something to us. Right now we're getting scored on and it's not hurting us. So we just got to take a better approach.
Quinn said this was a learning experience. Always good to have a learning experience and a victory as well. But what can you take away from this?
It's a gut check, just gut win. You know, they came out, they played hard, they made some tough shots. This team is young, but they play as a group. You know, and you know, I guess they're happy 2-4 is gone because now they can get some shots. Shout out Cole. But you know, this team is talented. You know, and you know, give us some years, they'll be a pretty good team.
All right, thanks, Paul.
Palmdale, what's up? It's for y'all.
After splitting a 2-game road trip this week, the Bucks return to their Milwaukee home for 2. Tonight, they will host the division rival Indiana Pacers in the BMO Harris Bradley Center. The Bucks picked up their first road victory in New Orleans on Tuesday with team play and 24 points from Giannis Antetokounmpo. Tonight, he will go head-to-head with Paul George, who has scored 20 or more in every game, including 30 in Tuesday's Pacer victory over the Lakers.
This is not a prolific shot-blocking team, so the Bucks want to attack the basket from the outside. The guy who's not hitting shots hits one with ease, Jeff Teague. When it comes to jump shots alone, the Bucks have the lowest percentage in the NBA at 31.1%. Paul George at the basket.
And you know, Jim, the Bucks jump shooters that can make them, they got to start making them.
Dellavedova takes the defense to the rim. Wanted Parker, a deflection and a take by Paul George. He is the show in Indiana right now.
Well, there's an example. He can do that almost at will at any time, and he's a very fine shooter.
Shot clock at 8. Teague finds George. Monte Ellis too quick for his own good. Ran right over the ball, but he finds Paul George. He's still a smart player, that Monte Ellis.
Oh, yeah, and a hustle player. And you're right, he's a guy who can run right out of his sneakers.
PG-13, Paul George.
So good. He's just so good.
Getting back to baseball, if I'm a starting pitcher, I've thrown 64 pitches and I have a big lead and I don't get a chance to get the victory in the World Series because I'm yanked, that's a 3. I don't get that. That's not my style of baseball from when I was involved.
I know you covered it a lot, and they know a lot more about it than me.
Paul George.
Smooth and money. And they need some threes. They can get them.
Deep catch, Monroe. How about the play by Paul George?
He's made a couple of blocks in this one.
Thaddeus Young on the run out.
And see, Jim, what happens? You make a defensive play, which the Pacers haven't done as much in this game. And then you can transition. They want to run. That's been a concern for the Bucks defense.
Paul George, 3-pointer.
Can't leave him open over there, Jim. You got to make choices, and you got to be moving to Paul George on the pass. Now, if they get a couple stops and scores, it's a different game. If Indiana can stop the Bucks a couple times and get down there and score even 2s like this, different animal.
Ellis perfectly timed with the pass.
Yep.
125-107, Milwaukee beating Indiana. Giannis and Jabari lead the way. Thon Maker wraps it up in style.
Tonight at Bankers Life Fieldhouse, honoring the veterans who have served our country. Hoops for Troops Week. in the NBA. And here at Bankers Life Fieldhouse, now we come inside as the Indiana Pacers play 9 of the next 11 here in Indianapolis. It's the Pacers and the 76ers for the first time this year on Fox Sports Indiana.
Jahlil Okafor was the number 3 pick. Miles Turner was the number 11 pick. That was 2 years ago as George gets inside. And the shot clock halfway through. PG for 3, and he continues his streak of 30 straight games with a 3-point field goal. As the Pacers, the alley-oop, and that's Paul George. They've already scored 14 points in the first 4.5 minutes. Indiana had this problem on Monday.
I mean, if he scores, it's fine, but you don't want to start dribbling the ball around. Nice job by C.J. Miles to cover Covington, but he's still not afraid. The wind's blowing on that end.
Richaun Holmes, 23 years old, undersized as a postman at 6'8", as Paul George gets inside, and he has 9.
See, Paul's got it.
George against Stauskas, and Paul George has an 11-point quarter.
Yeah, Paul is too big for Stauskas, but good patience by Teague on that one, partner.
Monte Ellis, his jump shot starts the half. He's got 4. Nick Stauskas has come in, and there's Jefferson again. They're just going to work.
Yeah, they did. They threw it to Paul George, which means you got to guard Paul, so Paul can make the easy pass over the top.
Miles shooting better than 50% from the arc, and that's inside the arc. And George has his first point since the first quarter. And the jump shot good by George, second of the quarter.
Stauskas wasn't going to be able to guard him. That's why I was saying just take it. Stauskas was going to foul if he was going to do anything.
Pacers get the steal again, and here's George. Dunks it! Boy, he took off from what looked outside the lane.
It was clearly outside the lane. I didn't think he was going to get there, and I thought he got fouled as well, but he was still able to get that one to go, partner.
They played 3 games decided by 10 points or less, 2 games decided by 3 points or less.
Because they play hard. I mean, that's really what that's about. They play hard.
Well, he got his legs into that shot, Quinn. Covington.
Oh, good defense by Paul.
Covington.
See how the closeout and the switch.
Saric, ball loose, shot clock at 8.
Yeah, Paul reached for that one. You got it in the right guy's hands. I'm willing to take a chance with Rodriguez because he hadn't made a shot yet.
Henderson for 3.
That's a problem.
T inbounds the basketball.
Yeah, Paul's going to try to get to the corner. That's a drive.
George hits it.
Yeah,
tied.
He had a chance for the drive, but to get it to overtime is fine too.
Okafor turns, missed it. We go overtime. The Pacers have escaped, and for the second time this year head to overtime as Miles Turner bodied up and put his body against Okafor as we head to overtime for the second time this year. Saric has a size advantage on the smaller C.J. Miles.
Oh, he clears space. That's going to be a tough matchup. That's one the Pacers at some point may have to look to go double because Saric is really smart, and he's able to get his body into C.J. Miles. And Miles really couldn't do anything for a shot. And the reason you can tell that is if a guy doesn't strain to make a shot, it's usually because he can get a wide open look that he can make.
And that was a wide open look for Paul George. His second, and the Pacers in front 112-111. Rodriguez with 8 to shoot. Gets around Teague. Loses the ball.
Throw it out there.
Here comes George. Steps through and dunks it. Paul George with 26.
Got the defensive stop. Made all the difference in the world there.
Clear it out for Ellis as George sets the screen.
Pick and roll because you want to get Paul on that open side. This is his side.
Works against Henderson, and Paul George delivers again. Jeff Teague, 30. Paul George, 28. And the Indiana Pacers hold on in overtime, 122-115. They'll see this Philadelphia team again on Friday night. It is appropriate that the 1970s, this decade night, ends basketball day in Indiana. The bobbleheads of Mel Daniels and George McGinnis. 3 ABA championships in 1970s, the decade. And tonight, the Indiana Pacers take on the Portland Trail Blazers as we honor the past and again look forward to the future with Pacers basketball.
Turner inside, and Turner scores. He has really started to perfect that shot, hasn't he?
What he's been able to do is to make it. My challenge has always been that he tends to get small at 7 feet.
George still has not scored. Now step away on the baseline on the board for the first time. Ellis leaves it off for Jefferson. Now George for a three, and that got him going. That shot on the baseline, 2 straight now for PG.
Well, unless he can get everybody else going, because there's no question about getting it going.
George turns the corner, explodes, and scores.
Made a heck of a shot, because they weren't switching, and they weren't going to go back on that. They were going to let Leonard try to guard Paul over a tough shot.
8th time this year, a 60-point half against the Pacers. Paul George with his second three. He has 10. Quinn and I were in Dallas last night for the Pacers and the Mavs. Young, a three.
Good job just staying after it. That's when things aren't going your way and you just try to find something that can get you back on track, because that ball got lost it basically, and the Pacers came up with it and got a basket out of it.
McCollum in the corner.
Paul fortunately missed it because Paul fell asleep ball watching.
Now George has it back the other way. We're inside a minute, and his three is good. A 15-point half for Paul George, and the Pacers have cut it to 10.
Thought he could have thrown that up to Paul.
Teague finds Ellis. Ellis in the corner to George for another three.
Yeah!
PG got it. He's got 16.
How about the energy of Monte Ellis to push the ball up the court? Very good job by Paul. It's called a flare. Run it back.
Paul George hits the three. He's made 5. Thaddeus Young.
Not known for three-point shooting, but he's made a couple three tonight.
He's hit 3, you're right. Thaddeus Young has come back in. Paul George, the jumper. He took Lillard deep into the paint, 24 for PG.
Right there. Yeah, don't go any further. Yeah, he doesn't go any further. And if he's going to run it with Teague, Teague has got to set a screen, because the Pacers had a switch earlier where Lillard tried to guard Paul George, and Lillard can't guard him because he's too little.
And now George puts up a tough shot, got it, and a chance for a three-point play.
It really was a tough shot, Chris. A most difficult tough shot. I mean, he's going through there and gets hammered twice. I'm not sure how he got the ball to go up.
Now George over Lillard for 2 more. A 31-point night, a season high for PG. That's George, 33, and a 3-point lead. 11 seconds to play. Pacers up 3. George pulls up against Harkless.
Big rebound here. Yes!
George dunks it!
Let's give some credit to Miles Turner, who was there to come up with it. But that's the kind of play you need. That's a winning play by Paul, to get in amongst those guys and come out with the rebound and the strong finish.
You're right. Miles Turner kept it alive, and George finished it at the rim.
He takes a tough shot. Now watch, right away he's going right to get it. Turner keeps it alive. You see Paul just reach in and grab it, standing by the rim, able to go up with 2 hands and finish it strong.
35 points for Paul George, second 30-point game of the year. Did it 21 times a year ago.
Trying to flex a little bit.
And George will just dribble out the clock.
That's a smart play, because I tell you, sometimes guys get hurt on that. But this is a great testament to these guys. The thing that is I'm sure, surprising to many within and a lot without of the organization, you never know what to expect. But that's why I just come to the game to try to enjoy it, because you don't know what's going to happen. And as much as Paul George was big, Thad Young,
huge.
It was huge.
Kept the Pacers close when they needed it the most. A career-high 6 from three-point range as the Pacers outscore the Blazers 28-13 in the fourth quarter, and they win it 118-111.
Paul, on that dunk, it might have been the most emotional I've seen this team, the 5 on the floor, the 8 on the bench, and in a time this season. What did that feel like?
Great fight. Really good team. Great effort, great fight from both groups, second and first string. I thought we didn't give up, we didn't quit. We understood the hole we threw ourselves into, but we didn't give up tonight.
There's been times this season when you've gotten down and not fought back. You were down 20. Was anything said, and what changed?
I just thought collectively we didn't. You know, we've been in this position. We've been down. We've been out of it. We've been at the team. Felt like there was a hole over us or a dark cloud over us. it didn't feel like that at any point tonight. It's the reason why we was able to fight back and climb back in this game.
In Los Angeles, you told me you'll deliver when your team needed you. They needed you in the fourth quarter. Were you kind of in that zone where, give me the ball?
Felt good, man. I felt good. This is year 7 for me. I'm supposed to be trusted in these situations. Happy Coach Nate gave me that opportunity. That's when I want to deliver. That's the guy I want to be for this team.
Were you tired? Because this was a long road trip. You had 5 games, and Coach Nate said he didn't know if he'd been a part of an experience where you're on the road for 5 and had to come back and play the next night.
I'm exhausted. It's part of the league, though. No excuses. It's part of the league.
Big win?
Big win. Great win.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Well, it's a rare matinee here in Indianapolis, Indiana. The Bulls go for 3 wins in a row and try to complete the season series with the Indiana Pacers at 3-1. Bulls and Pacers here at Bankers Life Fieldhouse in downtown Indianapolis.
They look and find Teague. Jimmy switched on to him, back to Paul George, firing and scoring. What did he say, Stacey, after he was fined after the Bulls game in Chicago?
Well, he's not going to get into it, the refs anymore, and he's going to go back to having fun.
Teague to Paul George, and that's another 3 drained. And Paul George off to a good start. He's got 6. Paul George, little jumper, and that's good. He's having fun.
I told you, he's going to come out with a different approach. You had to know that coming into the game.
And then poked away, and Paul George is on the run. Paul George running in and scores it. Boy, did he knock Nico out of the way.
He put that left arm on Nico's chest and pushed off and got separation.
Paul George, jumper is good. Paul George is 5 for 6 from the field, 12 points. George fires the jumper and scores. Just a quick shot. Yeah, just a catch and shoot. Miles Turner, and that's good again.
And late on the rotation that time, had 2 Bulls players go on a double team.
Here's George, he's open, firing and scoring.
Felicio came out there.
They had a staggered screen there, and he just...
I'll tell you what, it's so good to see him back from that devastating leg injury.
Now Teague to Paul George, catch, shoot, score.
You got a big screen like that coming down with Al Jefferson. Really nothing Jimmy could do. Try to lock and trail. George is able to rub him off that big screen.
There's the layup for Paul George. And so he did to the Bulls what the Bulls have done to him the last 2 times, or done to his Pacers. Get an easy layup out of it. Paul George against Jimmy Butler. George wheels, hangs, fires, scores.
Ooh, big bucket. That's an all-star caliber play right there. All-star versus all-star.
Yep. His offense just a little better that time. Indiana will dribble out the clock, and they win the matinee here, 111 to 101 over our Bulls.
Reggie Jackson's rounding into form after his bout with tendonitis, scoring from inside and out against Atlanta and Miami. He averaged 23.5 and 6 assists and shot 50% in those 2 games. Tonight, Reggie and the Pistons come home to the Palace. Live from the Palace, it's the Pistons and the Indiana Pacers. Turner with the clock at 7. Off to Paul George. Marcus Morris up in his face. Screen from Turner. George with a shot, and he sticks it. That's a triple. Tough, tough shot. I guess you got to live with it.
You got to live with it because it was good defense.
Paul George launches and buries another from downtown.
He'll be tough to guard. He'll be tough to stop.
George has Reggie on him. Here's the turn and gun, rips the net. 10 already for Paul George. KCP by himself. Off the rim. Andre corrals the rebound. Brings it down, slapped away. Teague to forecourt. Seraphin topside to Turner. And Turner triples.
Yeah, that's in his game. He can shoot the ball from the outside and wants to shoot it from the outside. Didn't hesitate when that thing came from Seraphin.
George over John Lure. Fires it, fills it up. Paul George will drive. Dishes to Robinson. A long 2 is through for Glenn Robinson.
He's improved himself as a jump shooter, and he's not going to get many opportunities. He's a 5th option out there. but reliable when called on a couple of times here in this game on kickouts.
3 out of 4 for 8, plus 2 assists for Glenn Robinson. John Lure wraps it around to Andre, and he got it blocked by Paul George. Jeff Teague, top side to George. Got Ish on him. Gets closer, turns, fires, fills it. And that's what you didn't want to see. One of those shots dropped for Paul George. Paul George to the lane. Triple teamed and somehow scored. Only certain guys could do that. 20 for Paul George. George a good handle. Steps back and guns and it goes. They have Reggie guarding Paul George. George to the baseline. George to the paint. Flips it up and fills it up.
Pretty unstoppable, huh?
George going one-on-one. Drives it inside. Hits the floor. He'll go to the free throw line. Paul George with a screen from Turner. Sees some daylight, gets to the lane, drains the deuce, and draws the foul. Free throw goes, 10-point Indiana lead. Paul George over Reggie, fires and fills it, that's a deuce. It's now 116 to 104, and he has 31.
Yeah, he'd probably score on anybody, any height tonight.
Indiana withstands a furious late Piston rally to win it. 121-116 Indiana.
We welcome you to Sacramento. It is the end of a 7-game homestand on this rainy, windy evening. And how about those Olympians? Yes, indeed, the gold medal this past summer for Team USA, Cuz and Paul George. Here's Paul George. And the Pacers strike first. Oh, big time dunk by George. 16-13. George gets a screen, pops out, and Paul George now with 7 first-quarter points.
Yeah, nice patience there by the Pacers offense. A good screen set by Turner.
And Brooks hits the 3. And DeMarcus beats the shot clock, and the rebound taken by George. Here's Robinson. He's got Young underneath, but he didn't see him in time. Instead, it's George, and he's got the basket. And the Pacers have cut this lead to 15.
Nice pass inside by Collison for the Coach to Kufas half hook. Not successful.
And now breaking out, the catch and the dunk by Young. Beautiful pass by Paul George. So an easy basket to cut it to 14. Aaron Brooks with Monte Ellis. It is George, Jefferson, and Miles. If this guy gets hot, you got some problems. That's C.J. Miles.
That's C.J. Miles, and you're correct, Mundo. I mean, he can shoot with the best of them, and that's not the streak you want to see him on.
My goodness, no way. Turnover, George. Oh boy, this thing is unraveling right in front of your eyes. It is 85-83, and the Indiana Pacers, who looked like they were down and out, down by 22, have made it a 2-point game. Here's Paul George from downtown. 98-95, 2:33 left. Kings trying to hang on after a big first half, and this second half has been right down to the wire. Paul George, 1-point game. Here's the double. Stolen. That is the 9th turnover for DeMarcus Cousins in this game. Paul George. Timeout Sacramento. And the final 106-100. Just a very disheartening game all the way around. The loss of the 22-point lead and the torn Achilles for Rudy Gay.
Back here at Target Center, just about set to go. The Timberwolves and the Pacers, first meeting of the season between these two teams. Nobody's making shots in this game. The teams are a combined 3 of 13. Paul George dumps it off, and Thad Young able to put it in. Paul George counters with the 3. Paul George, who did find out prior to the game tonight that he will be playing All-Star Weekend.
Tibbs' process encompasses attention to detail, focus, doing the same things every day, fundamentals. You know what I mean? Like there's a process with which you build, you know, high-level play and connectedness as a team. Paul George knocks down that jump shot.
George working his way inside against Wiggins and able to connect.
And Malik Sealy had a pretty nice buzzer beater. I think it was a buzzer beater, wasn't it? Malik Sealy's shot against Indiana, Martin Luther King Day, that was one of the most memorable of shots in Timberwolves history.
Paul George has only missed one shot so far in this game. Gets it away to Turner, drills the three. Paul George fights his way inside, and Paul George 6 of 7 from the floor.
He's got that man strength, doesn't he?
Paul George gets it away in time and drills the three.
That's what they would do at the end of the game.
Teague kicks it out. Extra pass for Thad Young. Ooh, nice move by Thad.
Yeah, it was.
Turner underneath trying to feed it back to Thad. Paul George with the shot clock winding down will drill it.
How do you not get that loose ball? Ricky was all over the place on that possession.
Paul George putting it up for Turner, and Tom Thibodeau not pleased with the way the second half has begun. Paul George quickly silences that run.
That's what big-time players do.
Paul George dropping it through.
John Wall's made me a believer this year watching him. And he's always been good, but I'm saying he's really good.
He was great in the game against us in D.C. earlier this season.
How good has Paul George been in this game?
25 for Paul George.
He's a guy that has really impressed me in end-of-game situations, too, when you watch all those special situations. It's always in his hands.
George over Wiggins. Paul George had 31 in the loss to the Knicks the other night. Paul George, so not surprisingly, George makes all 4 free throws, and now the Timberwolves back down by 5. Tom Thibodeau is not going to be pleased in the post-game press conference. Timberwolves fall 109-103. We'll hear from Tom Thibodeau coming up on Wolves Live.
10 days ago, the Kings blew a 22-point lead to the Indiana Pacers. Tonight, here in downtown Indianapolis, it's the rematch. The Kings looking for their 3rd straight. The Pacers winners last night on the road.
Any history with these uniforms for the Indiana Pacers?
Yes, of course. The Hickory is from the movie Hoosiers, based on the town of Hickory, of course, based loosely on Milan, Indiana, which actually did win the state championship in a miracle fashion.
And there is Turner, and it's a quick start for Indiana by 5. Now Turner's got good range, and again, every time you watch him play, you have to remind yourself he's 20 years old. And George powers it up and in. Bad pass there. Boston never saw the defender. Brooks pull up 3. And no, look at that. That was a beautiful tip.
Boy, Paul George has showed you the spectacular athleticism and instincts there. That's why he's one of the elite players in the league, that kind of play.
48-40, and Kings playing very well here in Indiana.
Yeah, both ends are starting to really make it tough on the Pacers, who haven't bothered this guy much.
Nope, Miles Turner, 48-43. Here's George. And Houston's already knocked the Kings off twice. And it was bombs away in each game. 2 seconds, George. Oh, wow. Paul George, a 3-pointer at the buzzer. And here's the jumper, no good, and Indiana with it. Teague kicks out. Up top, George. He'll go to work. He's fouled, and it counts. And he can make it a 3-point game. Look at the space they give George. And a foul will get him right back to the line.
Well, it looks like it maybe bailed out a little bit to me, too, there. So Pacers very fortunate there.
Keep your eye on George. Top of your screen. It's his game right now. Paul George with a chance to win it on his home floor. And let's play 5 more. Bad pass by Garrett Temple, and he knows it.
Yeah, Thaddeus Young has been fronting DeMarcus whenever he's played him, and really Garrett forgot that.
Paul George and the Pacers strike first.
Aaron Aflalo got hit in the ribs just trying to get his breath.
Here's Paul George, and the lead is back to Indiana. 111-109.
He's a heck of a player.
Step back jumper. Indiana has the lead. Now there's the 2-for-1 situation here. Cousins will run right into the locker room as Indiana wins it in overtime, 115 to 111.
Live from Bankers Life Fieldhouse in downtown Indianapolis, Root Sports presents Houston Rockets basketball as tonight the 35-15 Rockets wrap up another 5-game road trip against the Jekyll and Hyde 24-22 Indiana Pacers. 51-13 and 13 for Harden the other night. And it goes right back to Harrell, who's denied at the rim by George. Cutting back doors, Teague, and it's 4-2. Got a little bit of a mismatch here. George on Beverly. Little pirouette there for Turner. Offensive rebound for Young. And then George hits the corner three. Tough shot for George.
That's one of those mid-range shots. He takes a lot of mid-range shots. That's one area where he could really improve if he were to cut down his mid-range shots and shoot more threes.
Out of the timeout, George scores at the rim. Good start for PG-13. He's got 7. Hard to Ariza. They just aren't hitting any shots.
Yeah, a lot of shots are short here tonight.
And George sticks the J over James. Turner got fouled. Hit the shot. He'll shoot one. Harden right at Turner.
Wow, everybody's missing at the rim for the Rockets tonight.
Ooh, razzle-dazzle, Teague. George with the dunk. Mike D'Antoni has seen enough as he'll call a 20-second timeout. All Pacers here in the opening quarter. George will ISO here on Harden. Rocks the cradle. Comes into the paint. Power dribble for Allen. Erased by Clint Capella, but they're going to call a goaltend. Harden pulls back, gets beyond the arc. He rims it short. Knew it as soon as it left his hands. George the leak out and the dunk.
The problem with when James follows his shot is there's nobody back on defense.
Spinning is George. The bank to beat the buzzer. And so the Rockets had wrestled momentum away from the Pacers, but the Pacers get it right back going into the locker room here at the break. First points of the half for the Pacers is going to be a potential and one here for Paul George. George attacks. That was pretty explosive.
That might be the definition of explosive.
And that wakes this crowd up. Prodigious throwdown for Paul George. Anderson with a hot hand. George has 21, shooting for 24.
That woke up the crowd. And it woke up Paul George.
Gordon with the assist there. His high school choir sang the national anthem before the game. It's 28 now for Paul George. And Harden falling out of bounds, trying to throw it off of Jefferson, who caught it. And then George back in, pulls up and strokes the triple.
Well, there you got it right there. The Rockets turn it over and give up 3 points on an open three.
George for the free throw line, 33 points for Paul George now in consecutive home games. He has scored 30-plus for 4 straight games, matching the longest streak of his career. And the Pacers once again up 20. And that'll do it. The Rockets will come home 2-3 on this road trip as they lose here in Indiana. Paul George led the way. Ryan Anderson tried his best, but not the Rockets' night tonight, as they fall to the Pacers by a final score of 120 to 101.
Building the Verizon Center, still a buzz in the wake of that thrilling overtime game the home team played against the Cavaliers several nights ago. Tonight, a battle of 2 of the hottest teams in the league, the Pacers in town to take on the Washington Wizards. Beal kicks it out to Porter, the leading three-point shooter in the league this year, adding to the total.
Now, this guy has improved his offensive game, no doubt about it. But the three-point shooting, when you say that you're number one, you have really improved your game.
Otto Porter shooting 46% from downtown, and Paul George countering for the Pacers. Meanwhile, this Pacer team has gotten on a roll lately because of this guy, Paul George, and Jeff Teague, with their chemistry continually improving. Paul George off the curl, gets the layup.
Now, what don't you like here if you're a coach? Think about it. All the play now is in the paint. that second unit came in and established the paint. And now all of a sudden, keep it up, force them to guard you.
And here's John Wall.
Look out, look out.
Boy, he is a blur going baseline to baseline, knocked out of bounds.
Now, how about Paul George running him down from half court and block that shot?
Wall has brought the Wizards to within 3. Paul George been the mid-range jumper good. Paul George averages 32 a game against these Wizards over the last couple of years. He's got 12 tonight. Todd wasn't ready for it that time. 2-on-1 the other way. George got it over the front of the rim.
See the point? Anytime that Wall is in a pick and roll, the big man who's playing the screener, he lays back. Well, once John turns the corner, he's blowing by you like you're not even there.
Paul George hits nothing but net. The lead is down to 4.
He works for his shots. You know, they screen a lot for him, but he works from one side to the other, and then he comes up. But he has a choice. I can go on any screen.
Paul George stops the run.
If you're going to have a guard on me, I'm going to take you right to the rim, and that's exactly what Paul George is saying.
Paul George from range that time has 22. Remember, the Pacers bench did a great job in the first half.
That was a good point. They scored 24 points. They do not have a point in the second half yet.
Meanwhile, Paul George, the lone starter out there right now, starting to take over a little bit. He's up to 24. George back behind the three-point line. Yes! And PG-13 is in the house. Paul George with 7 on the shot clock. Tough pull-up, knocks it down over Beal. Tough shot by PG.
He can get that. They're mid-range. See, once they put Beal on him all the time now, he shoots up over the top of Beal.
And Paul George with another bucket. He's got 31.
Pass the ball.
The Wizards lead is 5 as Washington looking at their 32nd win of the year. They've got the best record in the East since January 1st. And the second best record overall in basketball in the same time frame.
The Hawks continue this 6-game homestand today, a key Eastern Conference matchup against the Indiana Pacers, and we're live at Phillips Arena. Dennis from the foul line off the Howard screen, and the Hawks started to pick things up, and they jump off to a 9-0 getaway.
But again, Turner did not step up to guard the point guard, and you're going to give Dennis that, he's going to knock that down all day long.
And when the Pacers need a bucket, they dial up their all-star. Paul George averaging 21.7. Paul George off the dribble.
Paul George, and when he makes his first couple shots, and he becomes a major problem because his confidence level goes through the roof.
Paul George lines it up. Bottoms. Paul George has 7.
And that's what I'm talking about. When you get him going like this, now you got to make a conscious effort to get out on him, run him off that three-point line.
Paul's jump shot good again. Dialed in early, 10 points for Paul George. Stuckey outside to Paul George. His three-pointer is good. Anything you can do. This guy can match anybody in the shooting department. Second 3 for 13 first-quarter points, and Paul George the only reason the Pacers are in this game right now.
No, I was up there early. It was very nice people. Met a couple of colonels up there. Man, I'm always intrigued because I'm a military brat. My dad, 29 years in the Army, so I met the gentleman, and it was just a nice feeling to see people who stand on the wall for us.
Paul George, good again. He's got 16 first-half points, and that is his fourth three-pointer of the game. Paul George stepping back on Thabo.
He's on
Silky
it tonight.
smooth. Pacers lead by 3 and with the basketball. 3 minutes to go, first half. Paul George. He's up to 22.
Great scorers find a way to put the ball in the basket. Paul George, one of the best scorers in this league. Now he's in that groove, in that zone.
Well, they get the switch, and he just blows right by Schroeder.
Yes. I think that's a bad switch. You can't switch him on Paul George, particularly how hot he is right now.
Thabo can't hit. Paul George coming down. Bazemore picks him up this time off the screen. Basket counts. And a foul on Atlanta. T finds Paul George, who's wide open.
No, he's on it tonight.
Millsap. Thabo, corner 3.
Hawks can't find the range outside the arc other than Dennis Schroeder.
Jeff T nails a three-pointer.
Takes a peek at the Hawk bench just for good measure.
I can do it too.
Young on the bounce. Paul George up and in. That gives him 34. Paul George goes back to work. Millsap catches up with him after the screen. Now a turnaround try for Turner. Miles Turner's first field goal. And what a place to get it. Tim Hardaway Jr. Mid-floor, high pick and roll with Dwight. Sets a massive screen. Gets the switch. Shoots over Robinson. Short. Rebound Teague. 9 seconds, 8. Jeff was 7. Here comes Paul George. Tying 2. No. Out to the corner for 3. Got it! .6. And Indiana takes the lead. 97-96. And the kid delivered. Tabo. Millsap with the horn. Pacers win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm Brent Barry. I'm here with Derek Fisher and Grant Hill. Tonight's matchup with Michael Kidd-Gilchrist is one to watch for sure. He'll be up in Paul George, here chasing him around the baseline screen, and goes over the top and gets caught for doing it. What do you think about Paul George and the way that he's approached 3D? Maybe the last 4 or 5 games after all the trade speculation and maybe clearing the air a little bit, knowing he's going to be in Indiana for the rest of this year.
Yeah, I think sometimes, guys, we've all been there before. When you hear your name in trade talk, it kind of gets you out of your rhythm, out of your flow. And to that point, I think Paul George now is getting back to being who he is on both ends of the floor.
Good job by Thad Young to seal Paul George over the top. You know, sometimes it's key for a player when they recognize that somebody has a post-up opportunity, throw a pass to lead the offensive player to the score. Don't make him work extra hard if you can lead him with the pass. C.J. Miles working his way into the paint, kick out Paul George. That 3 on the way. There we go.
I think against the Rockets, there will be more possessions in that game, which I think allowed the Pacers to continue to play and work their way back into that game. Against this Hornets team tonight, what we have to watch for is that they don't turn it over. You'll have fewer times to get yourself back into the game.
Paul George seemingly getting it going here in the second, that time over MKG.
You think about the Miami Heat, Shane Battier, Udonis Haslem, those type of guys, Cleveland Cavaliers, Tristan Thompson, guys that are workers, that create opportunities for their teammates. They don't need all of the spotlight and all the stats, but they get the job done and they help their team win. And that's what Cody Zeller means to these Hornets.
Paul George drills. Oh, sorry, Grant, but Paul George drilling another 3. Tonight getting it done is Paul George again with a 3.
Seems like it wouldn't be important, but if the Pacers can just get any positive feedback here on this last possession that they can take into the locker room as Paul George knocks that basket down, see if they can take that positive energy into the locker room, talk about a few things, make a few adjustments, and come out in the third quarter and put some fight in.
Turner the kick to Paul George, and that's cash.
And right now the Hornets, they have to be careful. They've had 3 bad offensive possessions.
Behind the back, Paul George, long ranger on the way. That's good. And here come the Pacers.
And Tim Hardaway, you guys mentioned Tim and Grant. Obviously, you're working there with the Hawks. Perfect example of a guy who was traded away from us in New York and got to Atlanta, didn't get a chance to play in his first year there, and continued to work hard and persevere, do what the coaches asked him to do, got better, and now he's getting his opportunities to play, and he's ready and he's performing well as George knocks down the jumper. And that's what this league is about, and I'm happy for Tim Hardaway Jr. that he's getting that opportunity and he's performing well.
Paul George finds Christmas. Cody Zeller did not get off that double team fast enough, and Rakeem Christmas in the sweet spot to get the finish.
Yeah, and on that last play, because of Christmas's ability to get up higher in the screen roll, a little bit delayed getting back to Zeller on the backside as Paul George knocks down the 3. But that's the gift and the curse of being up higher on the screen roll. You open yourself up to some of the rolls and the three-point shooting on the backside. So we'll see about that chess match here as the game winds down.
And every team is going to follow their leader, their best player. So George, as great as the team is around him, has to be effective, engaged, and at an elite level like he is on that last play. When he gets cooking, watch out.
Paul gets way open on the baseline out of bounds, and that's a breakdown defensively for the Hornets.
Super producer Bert Bondy. I don't know if I can call you super now, Bert.
How many years has Mr. Nance been calling those Final Fours, Grant?
It's amazing. This will be his 27th Final Four. His first Final Four was my first Final Four in 1991 when I was a freshman. So it really is the voice of March Madness, and really an honor and a privilege to work with him, like it is to work with you guys.
And there's a final Charlotte with a big win as MJ celebrates with his squad. Charlotte 100, Indiana 88, a 12-point victory here for the Hornets.
Bankers Life Fieldhouse in downtown Indianapolis is where the action is tonight. Hornets finishing off the season series with the Indiana Pacers. So win tonight, and the Hornets will win the season series 3-1. Quick trigger.
There it is.
Paul George.
You give teams in the association several chances on the offensive end, they'll make you pay.
Paul George. He can do it anywhere on the floor.
Reads the defense just like a 2-guard. Coming off the screen, MKG tried to shoot the gap.
Paul George weaves inside, scores, and draws the foul. Ellis. Three-pointer for the veteran. This is George. Rattles it through. Catch and shoot for George. And Paul George leads both sides. He now has 12 of the 40 for Indiana. Jeff Teague, Thaddeus Young, Miles Turner, Paul George, C.J. Miles playing together for Indiana. And Paul George, the bucket and the foul. Michael K. Gilchrist picks up the personal. Last 9 games for Kemba, he's averaged 27 points per game. Hornets going to need him to get up to that number possibly. Paul George, Thaddeus Young.
You had it right the first time.
That's Paul George. Okay.
Yeah.
Warriors got a win last night. Dell, I know you got a chance to see it. They were threatened by Philadelphia. Paul George hits a three-pointer.
I feel threatened by the way Paul George is shooting the basketball right now.
Marvin bats it around. Finally corralled in the corner by Thaddeus Young. Indiana ball. Their lead is 11. Paul George hangs long enough in the air to hit the shot.
It's a dangerous stretch right now.
George. Offensive rebound.
Can't happen.
C.J. Miles.
I know Porter's going to get a raise next year. I know that.
Autos become automatic from behind the three-point line. Paul George by George. 2 more. Paul George, 2 more. Paul George back on the floor, keeps on keeping on.
It's their bread and butter play. Put George in that short corner, get it down screen, and get him a mid-range shot.
George. It has been a consistent performance. Paul George, that's a 3, and he's fouled. Marvin knocked to the floor. Ball picked up by the Pacers. George. What a night for Paul George. 98-77 your final score. This game turning at the half. It was tied 42 apiece through 24 minutes. And in the third quarter, Paul George happened.
Welcome to Bankers Life Fieldhouse. The Jazz wrap up their 4-game road trip tonight against the Indiana Pacers. George Hill picks up Paul George. Flies it out to C.J. Launches up a 3 and puts it down. C.J. with a 5-point quarter.
Well, throw those percentages out the window. In the last 5, he's not been shooting well. He comes back home in this building. He shoots the ball much, much better here.
Paul George, stop and go dribble. Rudy stood his ground. Dropped it. Teague for 3. Well, 2-3 ball for Teague in the quarter. Raul Neto on the court, running the point with Ingles, Hayward, Diallo, and Gobert, and the threes are falling. Monte Ellis.
It's a difference of the game right now. 5 3-pointers made by Indiana, only 2 made by the Jazz.
3 on the shot clock, down to 2. Rattles in and out. 41-36.
Indy only averages 8.5 offensive rebounds a game, so they almost have that in the first half alone. And now poor Paul George forces their way into a foul. And Hayward saying, hey, I was right there with him.
Makes 2. First points of the night. Both clubs have struggled here shooting the ball from the floor. Utah 5 of 19 in the quarter. Indiana 6 of 17. Miles, though, rips it from downtown in the corner. Rudy to the rim. Lost it at the top of the box. Joe is 3 of 12 in Chicago, so maybe showing some fatigue here on the final game of this.
Well, he's playing a lot more minutes as a starter now. You wonder if that's going to affect Joe Johnson. At 35 years old, going into a starting role, you're going to play more minutes.
Here's Teague out on Hood. Kicking out, George inside the arc, puts it up and in.
First field goal made. Now you wonder if this is going to get him in rhythm, but usually we see Rudy Gobert frustrate the opponent. It's been Gordon Hayward frustrating Paul George tonight with the offense and then shutting him down defensively. Okay, well, George has made 2 shots, so you can't overreact.
George lets it go and back-to-back buckets.
This is what happens with great players. They don't have rhythm, and all of a sudden they get it, and now the confidence goes up, and this guy can score the basketball. He's done it all year long, 22.5 points a game he averages. So now he's made 3 in a row.
He'll turn and pump up a jumper for 2.
Tough play. Good defense by George Hill. Paul George just makes one of those good offensive, talented plays.
Kick out, they go to George. 3, big shot. Big shot, Paul George.
That's why he's a 4-time All-Star.
48 ticks on the clock. Utah down by 3.
Hayward wants it in the post.
He's got it. They double him. Inside the cutter. Rudy, put it up, big fella. He does.
No call. Foul.
There is no call.
There was a foul.
All right, now the Jazz have to get a stop. Must get a stop. 29 ticks left. Everybody standing on a buckle-up night. Jazz Pacers. 7 to shoot. George against Hayward. George rises, shoots, and hits. George with 19. It's been a struggle, but he scored the last 7, 10 in the fourth quarter. And Hayward's career night falls just a bit short.
Good news for Celtic fans. The little guy and the really little guy are both in the house tonight, and they're set to go. Avery Bradley and company. How about Gerald Green? Gerald, you ready yet? I hope so. Paul George is here. So are the Pacers. Should be a good one next.
George is going to get himself to the free throw line. Celtics again, if you missed it, even though they didn't play last night, clinched a playoff spot, so they are in. They obviously want to be in at the number 2 seed, but no matter what, they are in. Ellis, nope. Allen again.
Well, he's getting the inside position before the shot is taken.
He's got like 4 rebounds on this trip up the court. George knocks down a jumper, and the Pacers got a 3-point lead at 17-14. George looking for the final shot. Gets double teamed. Takes it to the basket anyway, and they call a foul on Zeller late. Brad Stevens not liking that call. George kicks it. Gets it back. Open look at a 3. Buries it.
Well, he's become a 40% three-point shooter. The Pacers have 9 steals, and it's simply been bad passing.
Yeah, there's one right there. Thaddeus Young in a hurry the other way. Back to George. Comes up shooting and buries another 3. And the Pacers take a 1-point lead at 35-34. Offensive rebound, though, to the Pacers. They get it in George's hands. He lays it down nicely for an easy 2. That's a pretty good defense by Bradley and just a better offensive play by George.
Well, George has got the size on Avery, so he knows he's going to be able to get over the top of Avery.
George drills another jump shot. He's got 22 now. Well,
he's the master of the 18-foot shot.
George stays in and knocks down a 3. George again. Mark is saying, I stood here with my hands in the air. Final 10 seconds of the quarter. George, Crowder defending. George pulls up, knocks it down. Then does a silly little dance as he runs up the court. George pulls up. Nope. Oh, good play by Allen. George with the finish. That was to beat the shot clock. He's got 33 and counting.
That was some shot.
Baseline, Bradley has that rejected. It'll stay Celtic ball. 7 seconds to get a shot off. George rattle home another just for good measure. 37 now and counting. And that'll do it. 109-100.
Fourth and final regular season meeting between the Cavaliers and Pacers, presented by AT&T. We say regular because who knows, we could see these guys again in a few weeks in the first round of the NBA playoffs, but so many scenarios possible, your head would be spinning when we try to explain.
Irving, one-on-one. On the blow-by, had to higher rainbow it over Turner, who didn't block it, but he altered it. Turner number 3 in block shots. Paul George to the hole, and it went down. So a good response by the visitors.
Yes, they come back now. Cavs got to play.
George on a thumper. Wow. That's an I-mean-it throwdown. 11-7. Hoping to get his guys going. Paul George answers. So a mini three-fest here as George has 7. Here comes George. Can score all over the floor, we know that. Takes it inside. Just almost impossible to guard this guy one-on-one. Paul George flared out, catch and shoots, and he gets it for 3.
But he's really on a tear. That last month of March, he was unbelievable.
Yeah, 27 a night. Inside, Turner with the left hand, nice move.
They're tough, and they're team that likes to attack that paint, though. They'll go in with George and Turner. They'll try to get inside.
Paul George spun into double trouble inside the finish by Thaddeus Young. George inside to Young, feathered it beautifully. Thaddeus Young has 8. George kept it back. Settles for 1 and splashed it. Paul George has 15, and the Cavalier lead is 69-68. Paul George wants it. Losing J.R. Smith, and he hit it. That was a J.R. type shot there. Paul George has 18. Paul George back out there, off the bounce, got it.
He's really smooth and playing well now.
Paul George, one-on-one challenge for LeBron James. George created space. Oh, and he got it to go. The proverbial shooter's touch. Here comes Paul George. Looking for a whistle, didn't get it. Miles set his feet, got it. He has absolutely killed him tonight with a season-high 24. Indiana leads by a deuce. Over the top. LeBron got tangled up, out of bounds it goes, and indeed, we go to overtime. Here comes Paul George against Kevin Love. Met at the top, still finished it. Went through the shot block attempt, and Paul George thought he was fouled. Turner with it. George sends it for the lead. Got it. Paul George handing out more contact with a 3-ball. Paul George sends it. No! Well, we got a foul on the Cavaliers with 1.4 to go. He missed it! Paul George missed it! He got it. But instead of a 1-point lead, we're deadlocked at 114, and the Cavaliers have a little house money to play with. George flared out. A bounce. No! He did have time to put it in the wood.
He sure did. Cavs move on for the next overtime.
Here comes George against Kyrie Irving. See if he tries to shoot over the top. Takes it downstairs to fade away. Got it. He was fouled. We're tied, and it could be a 1-point lead with Paul George going to the free throw line. Don't miss that time. 117-116 Indiana as George has 33. George sends it, hits it. Gunslinger 3 for Paul George. Give him 36. George backs out, some space, got it. 38 and counting for Paul George.
And I know what LeBron's frustrated with. Every time he gets caught on that pick with George, they let him go. The guy who's setting that pick, whose man is setting that pick, you've got to get out there.
Paul George spins away, sends it. Oh, how huge has he been down the stretch. He's got 40. Taking matters into his own hands. George back the other way. Got it. As they continue their incredible mano-a-mano. Teague will launch. A wine and goal winner. The circuitous way. Cavaliers 135. Indiana 130. And a double overtime classic. And a warm show of respect between the two All-Stars, LeBron James and Paul George, who combined for an epic 84 points here tonight.
Oh, boy, they were fantastic, Fred.
The Pacers came up short Sunday night in Cleveland. They lost all 3 on the road trip. They've lost 4 straight, but now back home, and the playoff push is on. Indiana in 9th place in the Eastern Conference, but a win tonight against 3rd place Toronto, they'll be back in 8th place with 4 games to go. Very important 9 days for the Indiana Pacers. And tonight it's the Pacers and the Raptors on Fox Sports Indiana. George inside the basket, and Paul George has his first 2.
Does a good job taking the ball inside.
George has Indiana's only points. Here's a 3 by Teague.
That's a good play.
Jeff Teague made 4 of 9 in Cleveland. The Pacers had 16 threes. Second most this year. And George inside for 2.
Did a really nice job being able to use that dribble. He was like one dribble basically, and he was already into the attack position, which is where you want to be.
George for 3. So Paul George has 7 first quarter points. 27 seconds to play in the half, and George with a tough shot on the left side with a right hand.
Well, he's trying to at least get to the rim to get something going. I think he's got a little grimace on his face, and I know he hurt his groin.
And there's another steal. Ahead now to George. George is going to pound it home.
Really good job by the Pacers, but to be accurate. Wayne Casey is disappointed in it, but the Pacers, I love their activity.
And George hits the jumper. It's a 6-point game. George, here's a step back 3. George hits it.
He did a really good job of getting Tucker out of position, going toward the half-court line.
Here's George. He made it and drew the foul. Count the 3.
Tucker got too close.
And now George tees up another 3. Paul George.
You can see that when he was raising, he could feel that one.
14-point third quarter for Paul George. He has 25. Now he's matched up by Tucker, and his shot again is good.
Got these 2 California boys going at it. This is much like we saw with LeBron James and Paul George, Chris.
73-71 on a night we're celebrating this decade, the 2010s. George splits the defense and calmly puts it through.
You can see when he lifted up. He was totally in control of that shot.
Shot clock down to 6. And now George. Here is a 3! And the Pacers lead by 13!
He was stepping into that.
Tucker is off. Another rebound for Young. Young and Teague. And Stevenson's going to lay it in.
Well, that's not quite frankly. You can take it or leave it. And see, they get into it because they think it's a real chump move that he tried to take the ball and made the shot. See, that one Lance has got to know. You back that off. You can see that one coming. The shot, you're at the end of the game. They get the ball. He needs to dribble that one out. And P.J. Tucker's about to get himself in all kind of trouble for that. Because he won't go away. But it started when Lance made the shot. Right away, DeMar Rosen and P.J. Tucker went up to him because he went to put that ball in the basket instead of letting it go.
If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm not sure if I would have believed it. Paul, how do you describe that second half tonight?
Man, effort, energy, Lance Stephenson. That's how you describe that second half, Lance Stephenson.
What was said at halftime? You were down 19 at one point in the first half. Got it down to 11 at halftime, but we saw a different team in the third quarter.
Yeah, I don't know what was said. I was in the training room getting worked on, but man, we knew what the case was. We take care of the ball. We had to challenge them. They was getting to the free throw line. We had to play some defense without fouling, force them to make tough shots, which they did. But I thought in the long haul, we warmed down. We made big shots. We moved the ball. We got into a good rhythm. And man, this crowd, Lance gave him a show, and we all benefited from it.
This crowd was waiting to welcome Lance. In the first half, he struggled, did not score, really did not look comfortable. Did it just take him?
You expect that, man. Lance was really excited, real fired up about this one. You can see it. You know, I know Lance, man. Being with Lance for 3-4 years, I know Lance, man. He was nervous. That first half, he was nervous. It took him to the second half to get that one to go down, and you saw it immediately. The doors was open.
You said after your 43-point performance against the Cavs that Lance spurred you on. I mean, some would say, how does one man make such a difference? But you're going to give Lance some credit.
Man, I just know he every play, man, you're going to get the most. You're going to get the best out of him. He's going to work hard. He's going to energize you. Something that you ain't doing, he'll tell you. And he's just been my brother, man. We started out in this league. We started here together. That's my brother, and I'm just happy to have him back here.
The intensity, the emotion, then at the end of the game, cooler heads did prevail, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for a team that needs to show some fire.
Yeah. I mean, Lance know better. That's like a cardinal rule to not lay the ball up when you up. But he did it. It's the reason why Lance is Lance. We appreciate him, man. Everything he does for this organization, man. He comes out here and he works his butt off.
Your game. How dialed in are you right now?
I'm dialed in. Whatever it takes. Again, I'm going to work my butt off, try to get us on the right path. Every night I'm going to try to put it all on this floor and lay it all out. Got to be happy with those results.
Great game.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Jack.
Picture perfect Saturday evening in Central Florida. The city beautiful, shining bright on a Saturday night, and inside the Amway Center. NBA basketball, it's the Orlando Magic and the Indiana Pacers. Ross matched up against George. Short jumper's good by Paul George.
Looks like Coach Vogel's elected to start Terrence Ross on Paul George. Same matchup at the other end.
George matched up against Payton. Just a straight take to the basket by Paul George.
With nobody left to give EP any help either.
Now Payton. Looking for a foul, no call. Here comes Teague the other way. Paul George for three. George ties the score at 24. Paul George. Oh, he is just on a tremendous tear right now for Indiana. Here's George again. That's good again. 14 now for George. George, a quick catch and shoot. Man, he is nothing but bottom of net. Trying to find a way to stop these guys, and this guy in particular. And a three-point chance is coming for George as Hezonja picks up the foul. George bouncing off of Fournier, and a foul is called on Evan. Three-point chance again for Paul George. He was just sensational against Cleveland the other night in a double overtime loss. Single-handedly kept them in that game. George trying to slice through two defenders. George gets it back for three. He hits nothing but net. That's his third three tonight. 25 now for Paul George. Here's Ross for three. He made his first three tonight. George leaking out at the other end. And a quick timeout for Frank Vogel. Ellis with the shot clock at one, drills it for three. What a big shot by Monte Ellis.
Well, that's really not that bad a defense either. Good closeout on Paul George in the corner.
Paul George, the 12-foot jumper bounces off the top of the backboard and goes in. And a good game. Paul George for three. He is really shooting it well from the perimeter. That's another three for George. His fourth tonight. Seraphin rolls it in over Biyombo, and the Magic will use a timeout. Jeff Teague. Nice switch to George, long three. Short. Thaddeus Young the rebound. George with a cut to the rim, hammers it down. George, 37 points in the game. Turner. Miles Turner steps out and knocks down a three. Dario Hezonja will let one fly at the buzzer. It's no good. That's the end of the ball game. Frank Vogel and Nate McMillan, close friends. McMillan, the assistant coach for Vogel for 3 years for the Pacers. And the former Pacer coach surrenders once again to his ex-club. Indiana 4-0 against the Magic this year.
It's a pretty relaxed Atlanta Hawks locker room pregame in Indy tonight. The second and third unit guys are excited. They've got the challenge of playing the distance tonight here against the Indiana Pacers. But the mood is completely different on the other side. Indiana feels like they have to win this game to get into the playoffs. And former Hawk Jeff Teague lacing them up to go against his former team. Bembry from the corner. And that is his first NBA three. He did it on the final night of the season. And the bench explodes. They're so happy for him. DeAndre Bembry came in. He was 0 for 16 and hit that three in the corner. And Paul George answers. On the cut, Paul George. Hands it over to Miles Turner for the jam. First bucket for the second-year man out of Texas.
Well, they're probably going to put the ball in Paul George's hands and let him create. Probably the best creator on this Indiana's team.
Jeff Teague tees up Paul George for three. His second three-pointer of the night, and Indiana takes a 2-point lead. Malcolm Delaney against Aaron Brooks. Brooks gets over the screen. Malcolm will step back and miss. Rebound, Seraphin. 30 seconds to go, first quarter. Indiana by 5. Paul George looking for more. Puts up the top of the key jumper for 2.
Oh, Paul George is in a nice groove. 8 quick points in this quarter.
Paul George this time dials in the three. His third of the night and 11 points. Thrown out to Teague, back to George. Wing three is good. That's 4 threes for Paul George, and the Pacers had 8. Paul George shovels. Thad Young squeezes one in on a reverse.
Thad Young is one of the best baseline players in the league. Has so many different ways he can finish, especially off the penetration.
Ursan, this is a 2-point attempt. Halfway in the pipe and out. George turns it on and puts it in. Created the contact. Did Paul George, and he comes down the other end, arms outstretched like, where's my call? Paul George steps in, hits the 2.
Well, you know, Paul George didn't feel comfortable with the 3. Decided to step in off the ball fake. Pretty routine shot for him.
Paul George spinning, hitting. When they need a hoop, they go to number 13, no doubt. Paul George, good, nothing but net. He's got 24. Out to Paul George, dives in, gets fouled, throws it in. Are they going to give him a continuation? Yes. And the foul on Taurean Prince. Stevenson now gets it to Paul George, works on the rook, puts it up and in.
That's why he's a star in this league. The stars, the superstars always come through, put it in their hands, and let them create.
Paul George fires and hits a 3. He has flat out taken over this game. Paul George connecting for 32 points. And that will do it tonight in Indiana. Pacer fans say thank you. This ball club back from the dead to make it into the playoffs with a 5th straight win.
It's time for the 2017 NBA playoffs to begin. We kick off in Cleveland, Ohio for the Pacers and the Cavaliers. Game 1 in the best-of-7 opening round series. A sellout crowd at the Quicken Loans Arena. The defending champs, though, finished second in the East. That's why they face Indiana, who needed to win 5 in a row to end the regular season just to clinch their playoff spot. Boston, of course, getting the top spot. They'll open up against the Chicago Bulls. George misses the shot. Thaddeus Young the rebound. George steps right up again and knocks down the three-pointer. Mismatch in transition. George gets it inside to Turner, and Turner finishes down low.
But you see what Cleveland's doing on Paul George right there as George steals the pass and pulls for 3. But they're going to trap him off those pin downs. And other guys like Thaddeus Young are going to have to make the right play.
James is on C.J. Miles. Miles gets free, fires, and hits. Another good three-point shooter is C.J. Miles. At a career high in three-pointers made and percentage-wise this year. James now on Paul George, who hits another 3. That's his 3rd three-pointer of the first half. George goes against Kyrie Irving. Pull-up jumper's good.
Oh, he's so good. He is flat out a star basketball player.
George, corner three. That's good. Paul George from downtown. His fourth three-pointer. He's got 16 points. That one goes down. It's George now with 18 points. Irving in and out. George stops, fires, and connects his fifth three-pointer of the game. And he's got 23. Played you that soundbite of George talking about how much he respects LeBron James. James, the same thing. He's so high on Paul George's all-around game. Nice defensive play from Miles Turner. Irving on George. Shoots over him easily and knocks it down. You forget he's 6'9".
This dude.
He's a bad man.
George inside. Seraphin. Oh, nice up and under move from Kevin Seraphin.
And interestingly, Lance Stevenson playing as the backup point guard right now. They've gone bigger in their lineup to try to switch that action more and keep size on people after the switch.
George fakes, kicks it out. Teague for three, knocks it down. Jeff Teague makes it a 4-point game. Irving, step back. They're going to check that Teague shot to make sure it was a three. It was very close as Stevenson comes the other way. Inside pass to Turner. Turner lays it up and in, and it's cut to 2. Timeout Cavaliers. George fouled, and he will go to the line to try to tie the game with 3:59 remaining. Remember, they trailed by 10 earlier in the period. They trailed by as many as 12 in the third quarter. George, long three-pointer. It's good. Paul George from way downtown, and it's back to a 1-point game. 7 to shoot. James for three. Rebound Stevenson. Timeout Indiana. James hovering. Goes to double team. They look to get it out of George's hands. 4 seconds to go. Miles puts up the jumper. Won't go. Game over. Cavs survive.
Lots of whams with the right hand, Joe, presented by AT&T, as the Cavaliers come ready again to defend the land on the shores of Lake Erie, taking on Indiana in Game 2, the opening round of the Eastern Conference playoffs, right here, right now, on Fox Sports Ohio. Taking pop action, stolen off the fingertips of Love, and an easy one for Paul George. Team backs it out against Kevin. Long launch. George, and he nails that three ball.
Well, he is really shooting that three ball well, isn't he?
George sold it, created space, and he hit it.
Boy, I tell you, he's on fire.
It's not the pretty shot in terms of its flight, but he knows exactly where it's going.
Yes, he does, and he shoots it with confidence.
George called for it. He's got Kyrie on him. Scored a couple of times on him in game 1. George to the hole. No defensive help came, and George with a throwdown. George. Being pounded, gives it up nicely inside on the finish to Thaddeus Young. LeBron against Thaddeus Young will go right at him. The fall away. Oh, he can't miss. Too easy for the King. Putting on a show, he's got 16.
They let him get inside that lane. That's where 2 years ago, everybody was wondering about when he's going to do it. LeBron has changed his game.
George hits a tough one off the pick and roll. He's got 14. Ball knocked away from behind by Thaddeus Young. Nobody helped him.
Nobody said anything to him.
Here comes Thad Young on the soft slant.
You got to talk. You got to communicate.
Right, picks up Paul George. See if he tries a dribble drive.
You know he's going to do that.
There he goes. Inside. He missed the thumper, but he was fouled. And then stared at Kevin Love. Did you see that?
Oh, man.
As a crowd and Kevin thought he was already set, and you could see Love staring down at Caleb. So Paul George makes a pair, 56-47, give him 16. Kyrie well rested, inside to a cutting Thompson through the hands, down the floor, George for the solo.
Well, this is getting to be an old record here with George trying to get to that basket for the dunk. Cavs have to be a little bit more careful with how they handle the ball around him.
Paul George against a double team, hard trap. Cavaliers swarming defensively. LeBron James stays in front. George equal the test. He's tough, boy. He's got 20.
Cavs got to stop giving up the turnovers, Fred. They had the advantage the first time and threw the ball away.
George forced it and still hit it. I guess no shot is a force for Paul George anyway.
Yeah, right. Well, he knows he has to get going, Fred.
Turner hits his second shot here tonight. Two-man game. Kyrie Lanes off the back iron. Rebound to George. George has been looking a lot of traps in his half. Young running and scoring. So a little bit too quick and too easy for the Pacers. 109-100.
Yeah, they just don't go away.
LeBron now defending George. Crossover move, got inside, gave it up to a dunking Turner. It's a 7-point game.
Boy.
George turned the corner, bump, fires it up and hits an impossible shot.
Well, I don't know how he made that when he lost control of the ball and still made it.
109-104. George for three. I swear he can make a shot with his eyes closed. LeBron James up the floor, and the white flag will be raised.
Yep, that's it.
Cavaliers take a 2-0 lead. A white and gold postseason winner. And in NBA history, when a team takes a 2-0 lead, they're successful 94% of the time.
Game 3, presented by AT&T, as the Cavaliers have come to the Hoosier State, where they're so gaga about basketball. The Bankers Life Fieldhouse is the venue here tonight as the Cavaliers try to take a stranglehold in this series if they can win here tonight.
George tracked right away. Looked inside to Thaddeus Young. Good find by Paul George.
Right now, the Cavaliers are letting the roll man get too deep before somebody gets in contact with him.
Kevin Love. A little bit strong. Here comes George in the open floor. Miles sent it for three. Excuse me, Turner versus Thaddeus Young. As he's got 5, 14-13. Paul George left wide open. Oh, he flatlined it. Cavs with it. Ball knocked away by Turner. Great hustle. Without fouling. Another chance for Indiana. And it's Thaddeus Young.
Both teams are doing a good job of going after second chance opportunities. Pacers get the Cavaliers to call the first time out.
George had the angle and Shumpert and pulls up. Makes it look easy, doesn't he? Stevenson elevates. Missed it. Rebound. Offensive board for Indy. Paul George for three.
And that's where you get hurt with this team.
Up top. George. Boy, great eye contact from Lance Stevenson. And George dancing with it. Hitting it. Cavs can't stop him right now. He's got 11. The Cavs finally get the fast break bucket. Those first two. But right back comes Indiana for three.
Boy, I tell you, when all the momentum is going your way, everybody seems to get into the act.
George against J.R. LeBron committed a double team. Ellis called for it. Got enough in time, got some rim. Thaddeus Young offensive board. Second chance points add up. Paul George for three.
Wow. Cavs have let this one get out of control.
Don't touch George with the line again. It gets it for three. They can't miss. This is crazy. Paul George came to the ball. Shovel feed. And the score, Thaddeus Young. He's been very active tonight.
Yes, Young has been a thorn in the side.
He's got 11. George in the crossover move. Good help out by Irving. LeBron turned shot to pass. Teague for three. No! Back in! Wow. The law of gravity is helping Jeff Teague to the corner. Kevin Love. Shorts. Well challenged that time by Thaddeus Young. Here comes Stevenson.
They're trying to pick up the pace as far as getting the ball down the floor.
Stevenson hit it for three. He's been big tonight. And he's woofing.
Well, guys, it was LeBron James replaying over in his head and also with an assistant coach that foul on Lance Stevenson. He knows he has to be smart. He wants to be on the floor. Ty actually looked in the huddle and asked him if he was good to go. He said, I'm good. He's out there, fellas.
LeBron's fouled out twice in his playoff career as Paul George gets a lucky hop. Indiana at 74 at the half, and they get 3 more for Paul George. Long launch, and it goes.
But he's a tough man to handle.
Paul George has 34. Still some work to be done here to close this baby out.
Oh, yeah, it's not over.
George leaning and scoring.
Because that man right there can always make your life miserable.
He's got 36. Turner, toe of the line, missed it. LeBron James with a rebound.
LeBron said, I'm taking this one.
And this is why, folks, we all reside in Believe Land.
This is why you play the game.
A white and gold winner. Chest bumps abound. The Cavaliers come from 26 down to stun the Indiana Pacers and take a 3-0 series lead back to Indianapolis on Sunday afternoon in one of the feel-good wins since LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love came together.